Hello, 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 hi. So, Arknights. We're playing Arknights. And it's on PC. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. I've never played Arknights on my PC before. Ever. But yeah, there's a PC client. It took a bit late stream, as you can probably notice. But yeah, maintenance was delayed twice. But yes, we'll see. I mean, it's just the event we'll be doing, Crossing. It's like just a story collection, and I normally manage to do those in just one day. Often, not always. So we'll see how it goes, you know. I'm not gonna force myself to do it in one day because, you know, I don't want to really go after midnight, but we'll see.
Or still in a dream?
We might. We will see. Anyways, what we'll actually start with, I was debating if I should pull or not for a long time. I think I just came to a conclusion that I will pull, but I won't be pulling like 4 balloons specifically. I will just try to pull until I get a 6-star. Maybe we get lucky and get balloon, maybe not. I definitely don't want to do 150 pulls, you know? Definitely don't feel like doing that. But I think I can do some. So yeah, until we get a 6-star is the plan. And yeah, I already like was looking around a little bit in the past few minutes, you know, before the stream started. This cool. I don't know. I'm just really excited, even though it will probably be very much the same. I did look that, you know, the binds are very much the same that I was used to. F being the double speed, space being the pause. And honestly, those are the only ones I've ever used. I think, hopefully, Spacebar will also actually work in the story, maybe? It doesn't say anything about that, but, you know, I'll try. But yeah, okay, let's go do samples, and hopefully it will work out for me. Oh shit, this feels like really sensitive, I guess. More than I was used to. Okay. I would be happy with the new 5-star, you know, not that I will ever use her.
And being a pharmaceutical company.
Actually, is that her? I don't remember how she looked. I guess that was her. I shouldn't have skipped. My bad. My bad. I don't realize. Okay, well, pathetic. Now I definitely can skip. Damage video game, okay. Well, that's a lot of 4 stars at least, you know? That's yellow certificates. Very good, very good. Yeah! Yeah!
I came because the Santa says you can treat my disease.
I hope that would be the new one again.
Reporting in! You must be the doctor. Call me Myrtle.
Yeah, I know Myrtle. I know Deep Color.
Hi, I'm Spot from Operation Reserve.
Are you
Jessica?
doctor?
I am. That's me. Hi.
I thank all of Rhodes Island, Doctor, for...
Sup, everyone? Welcome to the collection!
And?
Pleasure to meet you, Doctor.
Oh.
Just
well.
Lemuin is fine, thanks. Would you rather discuss work with a cardinal of the 7th Tribunal? Or show Elsbig's sister around her workplace? The choice is yours.
What? Wait, what? What the fuck? Why is it? What the fuck? So, you might have noticed that the fucking screen is frozen this whole time. Oh, fuck. That's shit. That's... How the fuck? Okay, give me a second. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Let's try... If I change this game capture... I don't know why that is. Okay, well, you could have... I just didn't know this. I was not expecting this to be like an issue that we will have. I got a lemon duplicate. Let me remove this and rename this to Arknights. I misspelled it. Well, that was kinda awful. Names are in use? What the fuck are you talking about? No, it isn't. I literally just removed the thing that had it in use. Okay, I'll do Arknights dot or something. Anyways, lemon. That's
Following the guidance of the Arcana, our
Drag cave and
paths
just
have
do
finally
more.
converged. Nice to meet you, Doctor.
Nah, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't.
I know I didn't do very well on my assessment.
Well, maybe I
But I'll
should.
still do my best at my internship.
I feel like bad doing it since I like set myself to not do that much. But like I did the calculations and I technically would be able to do even 150 pulls and still be fine for like the next two. Wait, actually no. Until like the collab banner at least. Or for the collab banner at least. And I'll have more rather than less, I know for sure. But yeah, I'll stop myself. I won't be pulling anymore. Yeah, I know. That will be something that will be a little annoying, the new notifications. We have Lemon. I mean, I'm happy about Lemon, right? I use her. She's in my putting the logistics and friends team in the stronger version of it. Redeployment time -4 seconds. I don't think that will do much for me. You know? But I have it. Let's do one more camp. I have a problem. But no, I think, you know, getting to 50 is nice, and that's how much I can do before I actually am still on Orandom. So.
Lancer Fang, Captain of Reserve Op Team A1.
Captain of Reserve Op Team A6.
I am Ansel, a medical intern. Nice to meet you, Doctor.
I want to
I'm
see,
the
you
new
know, the
operator.
5-star because I didn't hear the voice line. If it's the new
You are
one,
the
it
doctor
isn't.
that Salon talked about, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, not ideal. I mean, Lemon is definitely one of the better characters at which I wanted dupes. However, I don't really care for dupes. Like, the only dupe I would want is, like, Blood Plant Altar. Why is this? Oh, right, yeah. We can go and, like, exchange our certificates. Oh, yeah. But yeah, that didn't work out too well. At least, you know, we spent only 50 bulls. It's not too bad or anything. But yeah, I guess the thing I said before also kind of still stands. If I end up finishing Crossing and I'll be like, Balloon is my favorite character. Okay, no, probably not that. But if I'm like, okay, I fucking love Balloon, I'll go and finish bullying, right? Again, I did the math. I was doing the calculations, and even if it's my worst case scenarios, I'm fine. At least like until the banner with Yato Alter, you know, the rerun of the previous Monster Hunter collab. And that's the worst case scenarios, so like 186 on the limited, that's 150 on the Zima, because I'm definitely pulling Zima, and 120 of both the collab ones. I would go from Yato though, if that happened. I really doubt it will be the worst case scenario for all of them. Like, if it would happen with all of them, I think it's time to stop. I think it's time to stop if that happened. Like, if it happens on 2 of them, I would say that's like, that happens, but yeah. So the problem would obviously be that after Yato, I would be on like basically 0 bulls. And I'll have more, because one, there will probably be some packs I will decide to buy. I think there were some new packs like now that I guess those are not specifically pulling packs. So I don't know what I normally, like, I did buy some of the leveling packs when I started, but right now I very much care only for the pulling guarantee. Yeah. So, you know, at least with like the limited banners and stuff like that, I will most likely buy something. And and I still will be doing the challenge mode stages, which, you know, is especially good now because, again, Crossing is just like a, what's it called? Story collection, which means I can then use my sanity to do that. And I believe I will be getting that. It should work like that, right? I'm not actually gonna be doing that, but if I would go, I don't think it's from the events, but at least the main stories. If I would like do this. Oh, you don't get it from the challenge mode? That's actually so cringe. Okay, I guess I won't really be doing them. I can go through them and do like the ones that I did in 3-star. But that's actually that's kinda cringe. I really hoped you would get that. Because I want to farm it for sure. I guess at least I'll come out of this with a lot of red certificates, I'm hoping. But yeah. So, okay, let's finally get to it though. That was enough yapping. I hope the capturing will work. I have no idea what happened there at the start. I think it might have been because it was window capture, but like, that doesn't make much sense. I don't know what the issue was. Hey, set boost. Master of the ISA. Can we test the PC version strength by read altering HS8? What is that? What is HS8? The shoe event? And what do you mean by read altering it? Shoe event. Use read alter at critical moment in the stage. I don't think we can do that because my rerouter is not leveled up. Just for one, I guess that works. But that's okay. I guess I can do it on practice. Sure. What I wouldn't do for you. Rerouter is a medic, right? Okay. I think this team looks pretty balanced. Oh shit. Swapping that. Fucking get rid of her SMH in my head. Oh. But I wanted the module, obviously. And you set S3, right? Don't kill the rats at the top and save read skill for when you see mosquitoes. Sure. What will it do if I can crash the game?
Doctor, what do I do if my legs are shaking?
Let's begin.
Oh yeah, F spacebar, very nice.
Please, trust in me.
I don't know
Cut
what
them to
rerouter
pieces.
does, by the way, actually. Okay, I mean, I'll do what you said, kinda.
Where's their most annoying guy? I'll take him down.
You can't stop me.
Might want to pull back Hoshi because you placed read far behind. Oh my
Don't
god.
panic. I'm here.
Damn backseaters, huh?
Awaiting orders.
I'll protect everyone. Anyone hungry?
I'm like kind of excited to see what the fuck that will do because again I have no idea what really her skill does. I just read it, but like, you know, oh shit, we're gonna leak. I guess I don't really mind, to be fair. Yeah, exactly, it's just practice. So I use it around now, I'm guessing.
I'm prepared. I am Dublin.
I see. Well, it works fine. Actually, I think I saw a little frame drop there. But just a little one. You know, oh no, we are gonna lose. Okay, oh, actually, they did pretty well against all those mosquitoes.
I'll compensate any
I'm
losses
interested to
suffered
see
during
how
delivery.
this works when fucking
So,
Stronghold
just
Protocol
relax.
releases. Because I always had fucking frame drops in that. Especially for like the boss. It was always kinda dog shit. But okay, that was a fun little distraction.
Express delivery
Now I need
for
to
you, leader.
fucking cross. I guess I might actually... Okay, before we cross. Do these take sanity? They do take normal sanity. Okay, maybe let's start with a few stages. Because I want to use my sanity. Beyond the applause, the core is not part of the program. There are threats. Oh, I don't have Gladi. Okay, we have to work on that. That's another little distraction before we actually start doing anything. Oh, and now I'm getting call. Oh my god, I'm never gonna get to the actual story. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, yes, I'm Ben. Yeah. Yeah, I hope the PC client is just good. I hope there are no bugs. Because yeah, I fucking hate mumuplayer. And bugs are just the half of it. The second half is the fucking AI ads. Gladdy. Yes, that was very important. Okay, let's do like few stages, then we'll do the story. Maybe whole, maybe not. Depends on obviously how long it is.
People, I don't think I'll even remember your faces after this
Okay, that sounds very simple.
Anyway, let's just get started.
Divine judgment!
This is like the easiest stage in the entire game, I think, or something. Oh, there are more turrets now. Gotcha. Good to know.
What? You've got time to take in the sights?
Divine judgment!
Yeah, they are coming from all the sides.
Solid positioning.
Oh, let's see.
Judgment!
I do like my fancy little hand.
Boring. Sorry, forgot to hold that back.
I remember that all the way back when I was using the Google Play client or whatever emulator.
Wow, Doctor.
That
You really
I
are
often had a
amazing.
problem with my cursor just getting lost on the screen. Okay, challenge mode, more turrets.
Singing on the battlefield.
Oh, we're starting with a
that's
lot
a
of them
fresh
already.
experience.
Gotcha.
Let's begin. Awaiting order.
Let me double their trouble.
I only do what I need.
Awaiting order. Shut up. Is it my turn, Doctor?
Mirage! Alrighty.
I spoke them very importantly for Croissant to be the one with aggro, you know.
Divine judgment!
Mission accomplished.
Nice.
You did a better job than I imagined. The feeling of fighting the squad.
Okay, and I'll do, I think,
Been a
just
long
one
time.
more right now. And then maybe more, like, I don't know. But yeah, I just want to, you know, rid myself of some sanity. Everyone raises their glasses with a smile. The bubbles rise and shatter. Like a toast to blessing that do not have to come through bubbles in divine glass.
We're heading up. It'll be faster by rooftop.
Oh, these guys.
Let me double their trouble. Divine judgment!
Solid positioning.
Got it.
Alrighty.
I guess I could have made Lapland look downwards. Would be a little better. But I don't think it would be that much of a difference, so...
Apple pie!
I wonder if, you know, we'll see, like, Lapland and Texas in the side story, because I like them, but I don't know.
Mission accomplished.
But it's in
Wow,
Syracuse.
Doctor. You really
It's in
are
Syracuse.
amazing.
It sure is. Okay. Some Sicilians are replaced with semi-glass soldiers. Okay.
Let's go! Take them all by
I guess
storm!
I'll actually push. No, I think this
Follow
was
me!
good.
Apple pie!
Solid positioning.
I see.
Got it.
Apple pie! Alrighty!
I mean, I feel like this should be fine,
Just try me!
but maybe not. Maybe I'm lying to myself and everyone else.
Rock and roll!
But yeah, I mean, it looks nice. I don't know, I'm not professional. I don't have idea how to actually judge this. But so far, in the like 30 minutes I've been playing, it runs pretty nice and it looks pretty nice. I can like notice some differences, even if it's kind of subtle, at least for me. Again, not a professional.
You'll have to try harder than that.
It does feel like they are just sharper, my characters.
No problem.
So that's nice, you know? Okay, I'm assuming this is the new operators, yeah? I'll get the repressive to my farming squad. to get some more trust, I guess. That will be good, maybe. Oh, the store has... Right, there's the new skin. Looks nice. Actually, do I have information fragments? I don't think I do. Shit. I might just do all the stages then, just so I can farm them. Or not farm, but like get enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would need 6. It's a little bit annoying, but yeah. I can get 2 right now. Oh, I guess I have 1. No, I don't. That was a lie. So I need 300 of the cork stoppers. Okay, a bit annoying, but also like I would be doing this anyways at some point. The art of contract, necessary promises, a reasonable vision, and a path to the goal. They are not always written on the same piece of paper.
Yes. I've noted the mission location and objectives.
Oh, these fucking...
I'll get my job done.
Guys.
Let's begin.
Yeah, guys, mine.
Nice weather today.
Awaiting order. Shut up.
Uh-huh. I wonder what we should eat after this.
What? You've got time to take in the sights?
I'll do my best.
Nice timing on the skill exu. So did I actually need to like let those civilians live? Because the Ursa civilians don't lose HP if they die. So like what was the reason to do all that?
You'll have to try harder than that. Mission complete. Look, this much is granted. Don't make a fuss over nothing.
Alright, there are the S stages with those thingies. Where you don't get the characters. Like character choice, whatever. Marksman attack increased.
Let's go! Take them all by storm! Let me double their... If only my music could put an end to all this fighting. Divine Judgment!
Got it. You can't stop me.
Nice weather today.
What? You've got...
I have nothing against you guys. It's just the story of our lives.
Okay, yeah, no, fine, okay.
Awaiting or cut them to pieces.
Looks like a bit of a bad timing, but it's
Show me what you
fine.
got there.
Here we are!
Okay, now it should be easy, you know, I believe.
Apple pie!
I guess it would be better to have the extra skill a little bit later.
Tell me, what's your plan?
But we got it. So it's easy. Those are not the last enemies yet. Those are not the last enemies yet. These are the...
Sight's locked. Boring. I don't like damage, unless it's necessary. You did a better job than I imagined. A feeling of fighting in a squad. It's been a long time.
We have 200 people. We're still quite a bit off. Waking from inebriation. Drunks may remember what they promised, or they may not. Real negotiations never take place over wine, and they never concern wine. Waste heat vent? Oh, right. I remember those existing.
We'll be back with the best results you ever did see. Follow me! If only my music could put an end to all this fighting. Rock and roll!
I don't really remember all of these too well, actually. Oh, oopsie. My bad.
I only do what I need to.
Oh.
Boring. Sorry, forgot to hold that back.
That's all the way in the back there, huh?
Here we are! Nice weather today.
Got it.
Uh-huh. Apple pie!
Is it my turn to hang in there a bit longer?
Oh no, X is gonna die.
What? You got
Just try me!
Bit scuffed, but I think we have this. I'm confident.
70% should do the trick.
Can you move? Thank you.
Follow me! Divine judgment!
Bit of a scuffed one, this one.
I thought I missed a few, but I guess that's a job well
Okay, how
done.
are we doing? Okay, we definitely need like at least this on challenge mode and then one more stage. Yeah, we're probably going just to farm red certificates if I wanted to get it fast.
Let's go. Let's begin. I'll get my job done. Awaiting order. Shut up.
Let me double their
We'll put Sora here again. But it's gonna be fine this time.
Got it.
Just try me.
Because this time we can do
Is it
this. We could have done that last time as well, I just didn't. Because skill issue.
rock and roll.
Sights locked. Anyone in front of me who still feels like blinking?
I'm thinking I should
What's your plan?
swap you as well.
Got it.
Yes.
Is it my turn? Don't worry. My shield still holds firm.
Uh-huh.
Are they doing fine down here? Yeah, they are doing great.
Uh-huh.
Okay, they
Time
aren't.
to wrap things up.
They aren't doing great. Shit, they are doing pretty poorly actually.
I only do what I need to.
Draw swords.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Got it.
Time to thunder clear.
Sights locked. Sorry, forgot to hold that back.
Damn it. I have a feeling we don't have this.
You do it.
Life is like a gun. Sometimes it just jams. Don't get discouraged, leader. We'll get him next time.
Yes. I've noted the mission location and objectives.
Okay, what if I did this?
Bad guys are coming to donate their gear. Barrage! Nice weather today.
Does Mostima survive this, or do I need...
Is it my turn?
Oh shit, I think she would have been able to survive it on like 1 HP.
Positioning.
Here we are.
Okay, I'll risk it this time. Okay, yeah, she does survive it on 1 HP. Good to know. This is not actually really doing damage. Not really.
I have nothing against you guys. It's just the story of our lives. Apple pie! Is it my...
Okay, most of them are surviving with this with 1 HP is kinda huge. I mean, it would be possible otherwise as well, but yeah. That's why you should put your Mostima on Elite to level 90, or everyone should do that, just so she can survive this.
We're gonna do it. That ain't gonna work on me.
Can you do it?
Mission accomplished.
No problem.
Okay, and we just need this. And then we can get to the story. Reap what you sow. Do not concern yourself with what the seed went through before it bore fruit. Most honest show up for the harvest, impatient yet expectant. Deep water zone. Unable to deploy on these tiles. Enemies on these tiles have reduced. Oh yeah, I do know that. A lot of different mechanics. This is just my second story collection that I played through, if that makes sense. And I don't remember if they also did a lot of different mechanics for the first one.
Yes. I've noted the mission location and
Oh,
objectives.
these fuckers, I hate them. Oh,
Let me double their trouble. Divine Judgment!
Crossroads. Awaiting order.
What? You've got time to take in the sights? Sights locked.
why are you shooting Fia? Do that. And why are you invisible there? Oh, I can do this, okay.
Solid positioning.
Divine Judgment!
Boring. I don't like damage. Unless it's necessary.
Just try me! Alrighty! Rock and roll!
Sights locked. There's no fluking between success
These guys
and
are pretty
failure.
painful, I must say. But it's not the worst thing.
Just try me! We're gonna do end of the road!
Great view from here.
Isn't my... Rock and roll!
Mission accomplished.
Slice them up like a millefeuille.
Okay,
How
I
do
think
you
I'll
like
do
it?
still the EX stage even if I don't need it, you know, for the currency, not currently, but I'll still do it because I like doing the challenge mode stage right after the normals one. I did not even read what was the
Now
fucking
that's the
challenge, by the way,
experience.
but I think I kinda see.
Crossroads.
Maybe a little bit.
Got it.
What? You've got time to take in the sights?
Let me double their trouble.
Oh yeah, okay, you have a bigger range, I see. I already see that. I see that this is already problematic. Okay, I think I might start.
Gotta admit, this teamwork isn't really my thing.
Shadowcasters are replaced, yeah.
We'll be back with the best results you ever did see.
Awaiting order. Shut up. I only do what I need to.
Nice.
Let me double their trouble.
Solid positioning.
Got it. Cut them to pieces.
Alrighty.
Oh, I should have... Well, it's fine. Hopefully it will be fine.
Got it.
Boring. Sorry, forgot to hold that back.
It's a little rough.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Just a little though. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. To sleep can... Yeah, sleep is interesting status.
View from here.
That's for sure. Oh, I didn't blow these up with Fia. Fuck me.
I'm sorry. I wasn't good enough to be your help.
Okay, that was a little bit of a fuck up.
Let's go. Let's begin. Awaiting or cut them to pieces.
What? You've got time to take in the sights?
Let me double their trouble.
Got it.
Great.
I'll do my best. Awaiting orders.
Sights locked. There's no fluking between success and failure.
Alrighty.
This feels much better to me. And that's also really nice. That guy died immediately.
Come on, tesoro.
Yeah, this is so much better.
Sights locked. There's no fluking between success and failure.
Is it my turn? Worry. My shield still holds firm.
Uh-huh. 70% should do the trick. Yes. Time to see a thing get through me.
Okay, will take a while, I'm guessing, but we got this. It won't take a while, actually. well, it does.
Mission accomplished.
Would be smoother if I used most of my skill earlier.
problem.
But okay, that's that. We'll take a short break and then we'll actually go to the story, okay? So yes, be right back. Hey. Okay. We'll do stages at some point, who cares? But definitely want to go and buy this. And we need 6 of them. I'll probably end up buying more just so next time this comes around, I can start immediately without having to fucking farm stages first. Because, like, while I enjoy playing this game, and this was, like, fun, you know, I'm not saying I didn't have fun. I'm playing for the story, though. So let's go for the story. The Red Vine Murder. Okay, none of these pictures is either Lapland nor Texas. Oh, by the way, one thing that I'll show you.
Rollover complete.
First thing I did when
doctor is
this
now online.
fucking I looked in, I got this
Detecting
Radiant skin.
emotional
Oh my
surge
god, she's so
within
cute.
Telopsis.
Yeah, I still had the skin selectors, so I just used the skin selector. Anyways, now we get to the story. Text size. That looks normal to me. I might go with the big ones, actually. Log this Gambino. You hear something? Okay, spacebar doesn't work here. Shit. Is there any other button? No. No, there isn't. Oh, no. Okay. That stuff. That stuff. I hope they maybe let us do that. I would like to fucking, you know, use spacebar to skip through the story. Go through the story, not skip. That would be nice. So, you know, I could switch like my hands and just, yeah. You hear something? It's a busy street. It's all something. What I'm more worried about is the smell. The goods get all packed up and stashed in the cellar. Shouldn't be any smell at all. Huh. Well, if you find anything loose, I could go for a taste. Don't even think about it. They say this stuff's the cream of the crop. But that sounds making me wanna quit this job. You wanna quit working or wanna quit work here? What's the difference? Either way, we're stuck roaming this street, keeping watch and hoping nobody comes looking for trouble. The red paint from last night and washing out. Once we get paid, I'm buying a new coat for my ride. Sorry, I don't hope that doesn't sound bad. I was moving my mic a little. Suit yourself. I'm saving my share. The company's gonna need more guys for later. What's with the look? Vavolsini really is a goddamn miracle, turning Sicilian like you into a responsible businessman. This fat Kazimierzen pays way more than Antonio ever did, right? How was I supposed to know running a taxi company had all these costs? Even driving a taxi is a lot more exciting than patrolling this street, though. What kind of dipshit would, with too much time on his hand, would try to mess up this Red Wine Championship anyways? I got nothing. Oh, deck about it. We are done with this street. Let's head back to the theater. You know, why did the Kazimierzen come to us with this event security job anyway? Beats me. Maybe a referral from some kind, so... Maybe our previous boss, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may occupy a moment of your time. The lighting in the theater is almost a little too bright, as if trying to light up every face in the building. A well-dressed businessman stands in the center of the stage, lightly tapping the glass of red wine in his hand. The crisp note is not loud, but it still gets the guests to quiet down. I know you're all looking forward to the wine and the music, and to the moments ahead that will be worth remembering. But we'll get to that. First, I'd like to say a few words. Hosting a Red Wine Championship here in the city means so much to us. Nova Volsini is a promise of order, and ever since we selected this place for our competition, that promise has been proven beyond doubt. Wine takes time, and time demands stability. The Kazimierzen businessman continues on once the applause dies down. He talks to the year of the vintage, how it was made, and of course, inter-city cooperation and logistics system. Every word falls into place, with nary a syllable wasted. Naturally, without the support of Nova Volsini City Hall, this championship might never have come together so quickly. It is our honor to be working with you, Mayor Bellone. Right. I was... For a moment, I was thinking about Bellone as, you know, the new operator. Completely forgot that it's also just like a surname. Which made me obviously think how he's the mayor. But okay, the confusion disappeared like a second later, don't worry. Nova Volsini welcomes all foreign partners willing to abide by our city's laws. So long as you are here to do respectful business, nothing will stand in your way. Haha, of course. I'm not here to flatter you. In Nova Volsini, I have no fear of the Famiglia trying to get a hand in my business. No need to search for any hidden meanings in the deals I sign. Such clarity in business is truly priceless. It sounds like you have a very positive opinion of our city. Yeah, I said this before. If I were to live in Syracuse, I'm definitely choosing this city. Exactly. That is why we wish to bring the finest wines here, alongside some much-needed cooperation. In that case, we find ourselves honored. We're still waiting here. When are we getting started? Yeah, I wanna see how good Casimir's wine really is. A few rude voices force their weight out of the crowd and begin to spread throughout the audience, but under the bright lights, the businessman's face shows no sign of displeasure. I suppose I've droned on too long and tested our guests' patience. Then I would like to invite Nova Volsini's famed orchestra onto the stage. Their performance shall serve as the opening ceremony for the championship finals. As the lights dim, Charek takes the opportunity to accompany Leontuzo off the stage to appreciate the performance from some nearby corner. Leontuzo, however, does not look to the stage. With no glaring lights to blind him, he can see the man calmly walking up to him. Mi dispiace. My associates aren't used to this sort of thing, so they got a little excited. It's fine. There will probably be plenty more events like this coming into Nova Volsini. Guess I'd better teach them to behave soon then. And who might this gentleman be? Signor Demetri Bellone, a local wine merchant, also participating in the competition. Ah, your reputation precedes you, the young, promising head of Saluzzo Vino. A pleasure, though. There is one thing I've been meaning to ask. Everyone is here tonight just for the tasting session, right? Haha, of course. The question of the wine's quality is ultimately answered by the tongue. Good. I was worried this championship would be decided by whose background was cleaner or who had the nicer story to tell. Haha, the story behind the wine is important, but if the wine cannot stand on its 2 feet, then even the prettiest words will not prop it up for long. You're right. I'm sure the victor will be crowned based solely on its flavor. It sounds like you won't be disappointed, even if your wine doesn't make it to the finals. You're a funny man, Mayor Bellone. You look like the very picture of businessman now. Were you hoping I wouldn't be? I've heard Casimirsons have a great faith in fair competition. Well, I'm eager to see it for myself tonight. But I have the feeling the real results will make themselves known very quickly. Haha, sounds like I have something to look forward to witness a fair competition in Nova Volsini, a city no longer bound by the old rules. Why, that's the entire reason we are here. You hear something? You asked me that when we were heading out the door. What could be making a noise down in the cellar, unless it's someone stealing wine? This is all the wine they've got for the competition? Just this one row? Yeah, I guess the guests get to drink the entrees once it's over. You'd have to be missing a few screws to try and steal some right now. So can we drink some? Yeah, sure. Let me put you a glass. Of course we can't, idiota. Shame. You said you wanted to try some, right? If you pour yourself a glass, I won't snitch. As soon as the words leave his mouth, footsteps ring out from between some shelves around the corner. A Cabernet with a hood obscuring his face lowers his head as he walks through the shelves, heading for the stairs leading up. Soon enough, he has left the cellar. He's gone. They probably didn't hear us. From that distance, he wouldn't have even seen us. Longhorns like that, gotta be Cabernet. I think I heard he's with the orchestra. Why would an orchestra guy be down here at a time like this? They are going on in a minute, right? Maybe he's just calming his nerves. You got your own tics, you know? Every time you're holding your peace, you keep scratching at the safety with your nail. Gazata, I ain't done that in years. Bambino shuts up the moment he hears more agitated footsteps. That's a new character. Another Cabernet appears from the shadows, following the echoing footsteps of the orchestra member from earlier. She too quickly leaves the cellar. This time, both Capone and Gambino saw suspicion on the blonde girl's face. Hey, I know that Ragazza. She's the daughter of the lady who runs the orchestra. Give me my security pass. When was the last time I saw this many Capone in Syracuse? I figured the whole orchestra is from Lot Canyon. What? You gonna say something like, just like the Sicilians? Nah, was just thinking how Nova scene is getting too crowded. Curanta, Cabernet, hell, if I came across an acre on the street, I wouldn't even bat an eye anymore. Well, that sounds good. That sounds like, you know, this country, or like this, well, yeah, this country finally has like a one city that people are willing to visit. Or live in, move to. I'm hoping for a few strange-looking passengers through the door. Passenger? Passenger mentioned? Let's go one more lap around the cellar. The performance ought to be starting up there. The orchestra takes the stage, and the lights dim once more. The strings begin with restrained, gentle tones. Soon, they are joined by the woodwinds, though the melody can hardly be called brash. It serves as a vector to reveal vector breakthrough, the notes of their most perfect forms. The audience lifts their glasses, slowly swaying them along to the music. Leontuso sits in the front row, watching his neighbor Demetri refuse yet another glass of red wine from an attendant. You come to the wine tasting and don't taste the wine? I just don't have the appreciation for the smell of that Casimirs and red wine. You got here earlier than I expected. I was invited, so I'm not allowed to drop by at the last second. Otherwise, it will look like I'm back to my old habits. Aren't you in the same situation, Meyer Bellow? Whenever you say old habits, it always makes me feel like you're bragging about the progress you have made. I'll take that as a compliment. You know me. I was never any good at picking out the condemnation between the praise. Leontuso does not answer. He simply turns his head away from the stage and back towards Demetri, his eyes falling on the bow tie around his neck. It's been too long since they last met. He's not sure just how much of Demetri's current business-like demeanor is sincere. You look like a real businessman today, Demetri. Not to your liking? There's a lot of things to my liking, but that doesn't mean I'm not worried. What about Nova Volsini? Is it going the way you hoped it would? Worried about the city and the people who scurry around it? It's growing as I expected. You're the same as you ever were. You talk about order, but your eyes are fixed on the people. Hey, my hands are clean. What's scared am I? What? Scared I'm gonna take something from you? What scares me is you treating the city like your kitchen table. Give it a flip, and everything on top will come crashing down to the ground. Then you'd better watch me closely, Leon. The closer you stick to me, the harder it will be for me to mess up. The Casimirs and businessman besides them is clearly in a good mood. He stands up at the performance as the performance ends, lightly applauding as he signals the attendants to prepare the next step. I have to say, I love how you Nova Volsinis know when to applaud and when to stay quiet. It's a rare thing. Most places, people make a ruckus when they should be silent and stay quiet when they should be clapping up the storm. I'd like to thank the orchestra for their marvelous performance. I'd also like to invite tonight's judge to come and witness our competition. A musician from Latvian and a guest of this fair city, Frau Paula. As a woman unaffiliated from any wine dealer or familia, I think there's no one more suited for the job. The conductor on the stage gives a graceful nod to the audience, before being guided by an attendant to the table of red wines at the front. Buonasera, everyone. I know only how to play music and to conduct an orchestra, so I'm not very good at offering praise or pretty descriptions, but since I'm judging the finals, I promise I will sample them all with care, then say what I feel as I drink them, truthfully. Hahaha, that's exactly why we chose you. For the descriptions? No, what we need is honest assessment. He lifts his hand, beckoning the attendants to fill 3 wine glasses from 3 decanters. Now then, let's begin. The 3 finalists come from different wineries and different territories. Terroirs? No idea what that is. So, here's French term describing how a specific region's environment factors, including soil, climate, terrain, and local farming traditions. Okay. And they each have their own ambitions. The rules are simple. No looking at the labels, no listening to any stories, just pure flavor. If you will, Frau Paula? The tall musician nods, a serious look on her face as she lifts the first glass. She sniffs, sips, swallows, and stops. The first glass sticks strictly to the standard. The aroma is unassertive. It does not rush the mouth. The fruity flavor is front-loaded and quickly restrained. You can tell that it avoids making any mistakes, not letting any one flavor linger for too long. All in all, a harmonious package. This is a wine I could offer to a guest without worry. The second glass is, very much like the locals. Alcohol makes itself known quickly, but not in an irritating way. and without any sharp sensation. Vine metaphor? It's a little bold when entering the mouth, with a direct soundness, the type that wouldn't ask for her opinion beforehand. It is the third glass that Paula savors the slowest. She takes a sip, but does not immediately swallow, letting the red wine linger on the tip of her tongue for a moment. The third glass... There's no brashness at the beginning, but the layering and the structure are very clear. It's not a crowd-pleasing sort of wine. It's as if it doesn't care if you enjoy it or not. It's not going to try and win you over. It knows its own path, and it will walk you to the end. It has attitude, an attitude I happen to like. Tarek turns to the audience and raises his hand, as if he were already standing atop the podium. Now, Frau Paula, if you would pick which of the 3 glasses you believe is the most worth remembering. The third, naturally. Tarek is practically already reaching out for the bottle behind the third glass. His voice is more excited than before, but he maintains his composure. Well, I think we all heard her. This wine is... You'd best check the label again. Otherwise, things might end up rather embarrassing for you. Pardon? Sharek freezes. He slowly looks down at the bottle. The moment he gets a clear look at the label, the smile on his face dies. But only for a moment. A moment so short that almost nobody can react. Once it passes, his rictus grin is plastered back onto his face. It seems tonight's first surprise arrived earlier than I expected. Like you said, no leaning on stories, just the wine itself. I really must wonder though, how did a bottle of Golden Prairie transform into wine that isn't on the list of finalists? Oh, I guess even Casimir's legendary business management system aren't free from little mistakes like registration errors. Hahaha, just a little mistake. Interesting. Let's all give a warm round of applause to the winner, Saluzovino. Your wine has earned the most stringent yet most objective praise. Grazie mille. I'm glad the words fair competition still apply tonight. It's a good thing for everyone involved. Hahaha, good thing indeed. If the winner were always predetermined, then businesses would be dreadfully boring. And the very reason I came to Nova Volsini was to get away from boring business. Let us toast to the champion, a local winery, and to this fair city. Salute. And the attendants begin refilling the guests' glasses. Applause rings out once more enthusiastic than before. Applause that includes Leontuzo's clapping. Not going to toast me, Leon? You know my palate isn't as refined as yours. Won't you introduce your winning wine before the toast? Huh, if you insist. This isn't a wine that needs much introduction. It's not trying to impress anyone, or to prove anything with the first sip. It's most suited for when the dinner table's almost cleared out, and most things worth saying have been said. But you're not quite ready to leave yet. That's when you notice there's still a glass of this left. Wine metaphor? It will be your final safeguard, making sure your worlds don't spill out onto the floor. It will remind you of the past and make it easier to reach an agreement. If you think this is exactly the wine you need, then it's already done its job. This wine has some grand ambitions. So it does. It's like when what Frau Paula just said. It follows the path of its choosing, without getting whether you like it or not. My streamer bot. Stop working. So, a second, I just need to reconnect it. There's a new streamer bot update for like a week, but I still didn't get it. Because I only ever start streamer bot, you know, right before the stream. And right before the stream, I don't have time to update it, even though it would probably be fast, like it's convenient. But yeah, I just didn't get to it. Since it chose this road, I've got nothing to say about whether I like it. Demetri smiles, but does not answer. He simply raises his glass, giving it a gentle clink against Lontooth's. Before the clink can fade away, a light, incongruent cough makes itself heard from the other side of the stage. Paolo's hand stops in midair, the glass between her fingers trembling ever so slightly, as the vine leaves irregular streaks on the glass. Sorry. She wants to finish speaking, but her subconscious lets her do is steady her breathing. Her second cough comes out sharp. She tries to lower her voice, but she cannot cover it up completely. The blonde girl who is already by her side is the first to notice the look on her face. Paolo lifts her hand to prop herself up against the table, but she can no longer stand steady. The glass falls from her hand, letting out a muffled thump as it falls onto the carpet. She falls forward, her body unable to support itself. Some cry out, some race to their feet, some reflexively take a step back. Before the attendants can rush to the scene, she has already collapsed by the table, no longer breathing. Her lips taking an odd hue under the light. Sad. The blonde girl babbles things like Paola and help her. The smile instantly disappears from Demetri's face. Perek stays standing, but does not speak. With the flash of chaos now over, the theater sinks into surreal silence. Moments ago, they were toasting things like fairness, dignity, and victory. But now, nobody reaches for the wine on the table. The disturbance did not last long, thanks to the mayor and some municipal staff among the attendants. The situation is quickly reined in. Many people simply stand there, unsure if they should move closer or leave. Okay, I have a feeling that Demetri will be accused of doing this. I have a feeling that it might have been the person that we saw in the basement, the Cabernet with the hood. But that's just like my, you know, very initial guess before anything else. Yeah, because obviously it's the very start. I just thought I'd throw my guess in. Many people simply stand there, unsure if they should move closer or leave. Please, remain calm, everyone. The medics are already on their way. Before we clean up, I would like to ask you all to work with our security staff. And not act on your own. Mayor Bellone, I must emphasize to both you and our guests that the vines underwent a strict auditing process. None of us wished to see anything like this happen. But we cannot allow rumors to spread. Lontooth stands to the side. He does not answer immediately. He looks at the table the attendants have moved away from the rest, and then at Demetri, who still stands in the same spot. Demetri says nothing. He does not approach, nor back away. He gently puts the wine glass he is holding down, which lets out the lightest of clinks in its foot meeting the table. As its foot meets the table. The noise prompts Charek to continue. Something unexpected happening at the wine tasting. The label on the wine bottles does not match our registry. I don't believe this is an act of malice, but under the present circumstances, anything outside the standard process needs a clear explanation. The crowd's gazes washes over the scene like a wave, before inevitably landing on Demetri. If you're waiting for me to explain, then I'm afraid I have to disappoint. I'm as shocked as everyone else here that something like this could happen. As for the bottle of wine, I was only responsible for its flavor, and getting it to the theater on time. Anything else is none of my business. You are the young promising head of a winery, but also the young promising head of a gang, aren't you? You might be uninvolved, but you have plenty of minions to get involved for you. Yeah, okay. I was already right on the first part. Demetri gets accused, but I feel like that was obvious. Yeah, I guess, you know. Yeah. He is sus. According to many eyewitnesses, Frau Paula suddenly fell to the ground after taking another drink from the bottle of Saluzovino Red that mysteriously appeared. What sort of grudge was there between the you two that led to this? Was it not enough that your wine won my championship? Did you want to ruin my business as well? Or do you family bosses have your feuds and conspiracies in which you trample over us ordinary folk? Signor Charek. We do not know all the facts yet. Nova Volsini has its own procedures, and this incident will be investigated accordingly. Since it was a public incident, the police will be involved. Before they announce their results, nobody, neither individual nor body corporate, should be making premature statements. Naturally, of course. We also hope the truth will come to light quickly, otherwise people will lose trust in Kazimierz and rats. Perhaps even local Nova Volsini rats as well. Mayor Bellone, death is not a welcome guest at my Red Wine Championship. I suspect at any wine meet. And I would prefer not to hear street corner rumors about how our Kazimierz in competition was drawn into family struggles, how we were powerless to resist, things like that. We are aware that we businessmen of Kazimierz, along with our counterparts from Tchenin, Colombia, and nations even further afield, are only here in Nova Volsini because of what kind of promises you have made. Karek lowers his voice. But the reporters and cameramen invited to the venue to capture the championship seem to have heard every word. The cameras are flashing much more frequently than they were. Under their glare, Demetri steps forward. If you need me to comply with the investigation, then I won't run and hide. I will hold all activities until the results are in. Demetri, as I said, I'm begging everyone to avoid any rash actions until after things have been cleared up. Well, I appear to be the prime suspect right now, so I will stay where I should stay, and let the police do all the investigating they want. I ask that you do it all in accordance with the standard procedures you mentioned, Mayor Bellone. Right. I'll make the arrangements. Does City Hall still need time to send the police? No need to travel them then. My own hired security can escort Signor Bellone home. Nice art. Then Tuzo was looking at the red-haired Lupo's face earlier, trying to see if he could spot anything. The moment the wine glass fell to the floor, the smile on Demetri's face vanished. Now it has returned, just barely perceptible. But it is only a smile. Tuzo is not sure if he could interpret it as, I won't embarrass you. I believe you can figure this out, or I made plans for this long ago. Before he can finish deciphering it, Demetri is led to the exit, flanked by Capone and Gambino. As he passed by, their gazes meet for the shortest of instants, before they are separated. The flashing lights of the reporters' cameras cascade across Demetri's face. Lantuzo instinctively turns away, composing himself before turning back to the foreigners who has seized the chance to pile on the pressure and demand more from him. How do you put it? I beg your forgiveness, Don Demetri. Did the rope chafe you? Really die trying not to laugh. He's the real power behind the Saluzzo in Nova Franz Volsini, and the new Don of the Bellows. Can't hurt to show him a little respect. Not to mention the tip he gave us. Hell, can't even call a vat of cash this big a tip. I don't, but he still got pulled into that foreign money man's scheme. You think the Casimirs pulled one over on him? I'm telling you, I think he sparked that ring on purpose, just to get in the middle of all this. Remember when we dragged him out of the theater? Man was as cool as a cucumber. Wise guys like him, who were born into the Famiglia, they are good at this kind of scheming, and used to it too. Who the hell knows, man? I don't give a shit. This is Nova Volsini, not Sicilia. You and I both know how stupid Dons can look when they fall from the top. Hey, you think those reporters got a photo of our taxi company's sign when we were taking him out of that place? Buy a paper tomorrow and check for yourself. Maybe they will only get the Siciliano part of it. Now that would be a joke. What? Mad? Fine, I'll drop it. Nah, it's not that. I just suddenly got the feeling that maybe Nova Volsini is still a Syracusan city. There's been a lot of change here, but in the end, maybe nothing's changed at all. Or maybe when you push something that's never changed down to a new track, some other stuff's gotta start popping up. I wonder if these two ever, like, they had so many story appearances, it's kinda crazy how relevant they are. They were in all the Syracuse events, they were in Code of Brawl. They were in one of the other story collections, just like one of the small stories. Like, it's crazy. If they killed them off, I would be really sad. They definitely did grow on me. I don't know who this is. Oh, I didn't read the name of this chapter, thing, story, whatever. Scusa, Bettina, I'd love to help you, but I'm running a small business here too, you know? Those bottles I got from the last time are still on my wine rack, gathering dust. Why not ask at the corner store? Right, I'll go do that. Gracias, Zio Paolo. I already asked, actually. Nobody wants any. I've gotta move all this out of the way first. If I keep standing around here like a fool, it affects Zio Paolo's business. Whoa. Careful. That's definitely like a playable design though. That was close. Here, hold it tight now. But thank you, Signorina. Man, this is heavy. No wonder a little kid like you couldn't carry it right. What's in this? Oh, it's Verdi. You know it? I'm Bettina, and this is from my Verdi winery. From the Verdi winery, where my nonna works. The winery's got decades of history behind it. Would you like to buy a bottle, Signorina? I see. Bettina, right? I guess it's fate I've bumped into you. So let's make friends. I'm Tosia. Here, my card. Wow, cool. A business card. Sorry, I don't have one. Huh? Casimir's Golden Prairie Winery, Nova Volsini branch. sales representative? I'm betting that before long, it will say senior relationship manager. But that's the thing. I'm afraid we are competitors, so I won't be buying your wine. Now, if you wouldn't mind scooching out of the way, little Miss Bettina, I have a great deal to make with Signor Paolo. You just arrived in Nova Volsini, and you already talked the locals into some huge deals. Excellent work. Come, Tosia. Today we give our top sales rep and welcome feast she deserves. The welcome feast she deserves. You're too kind, Wujek Charek. You have been busy getting the Red Wine Championship ready, so of course you didn't have time for dinner. I just hope I haven't been much trouble. Not at all. I'm a lucky man getting an experienced sales girl to join us at the Golden Prairie. How did I say it before? But I heard you were doing well at the Kurzivi Domek department store. Why Nova Volsini all of a sudden? It's a long story. Let me guess. Something to do with that Silverlands Pegasus corruption case that's got Cavallerielki all abuzz lately? Though Charek lowers his voice, the mention of the case had Tosia jerking her head upwards. How did you... I was told that GCC sent agents to Kurzivi Domek and took one of your managers a few days ago. Your old manager, even. Guess there's no hiding anything from you. She took good care of me, but one of her relatives is a Silverlands Pegasus. It was a point of pride, but once the GCC started poking around, whenever they can't directly move against the Adeptus Pravedlivi, they take the people around them for questioning. And more people keep getting involved in the case. Some poor souls get the entire book thrown at them, even though anyone with eyes can see they are totally innocent. If normal folk like us get pulled into this kind of trouble, how are we supposed to resist giants like the GCC? That's why I thought it would be better to come here and expand. Tosia, Golden Prairie would not have grown this large in Nova Volsini without behind-the-scenes support from the GCC. When the big shots from show some initiative and want to expand their horizons, that's a good thing for business people like us. You're right. Let's not think too much about Cavallerielki while we're here. Just keep your enthusiasm flowing and do a good job. When my business is growing, it's only good for you, no? Then I'll thank you in advance, Wujek Charek. Clever girl. I won't blabber the point then. I already ordered the food. Just need to know what you want to drink. Sorry for putting all that on you. Honestly, I'm not too good at handling wine. Let me see. Alright, I'm looking for a certain brown-colored soft drink. I think it's local Syracusan brand. Tastes like orange with a bit of bitterness. Do you mean Chinotto, Signorina? I'm terribly sorry, but we don't carry that one. Where did you even learn of that old beverage? Since we put out our soft drink line, the local brands have pretty much all died out. Huh? Really? Did you forget our slogan, Tosia? Nuova Volsini, Vita Nuova. Leave the retro nostalgia to the Latvians. How about some zero-proof sparkling water? Haha, sure. Let's go with that then. Good. Almost forgot. Come, I wanted to show this to you. It's a shelf display agency. Just a draft template. I was hoping to hear what our top sales representative thought before we deployed it. It's very clear on criteria, and the rewards are generous. There shouldn't be too many retailers who decline. But if they do accept, it means they can only display our products while the agreement is in force. Wouldn't an exclusivity clause like that create legal issues under local law? There's nothing in the new Urban Management Act that says we can't have one. The way I see it, those loopholes with their heads full of dreams and faith won't see any issues with it. Sharek shrugs, a smile of victory on his face. But if it's your frontline employees who will be talking to the retailers, not me. I'm eager to see how you do when the time comes, Tosia. Thank you for waiting. Your Zero Crew sparkling water, Signorina. Come to Nova Volsini and to Vita Nova. Na zdrowie. Na zdrowie. I would never let you down. Would check Sharek? Na zdrowie. She looks so playable. It's crazy how playable she looks. Like, she even has a fucking crossbow. That's not something she would have for her job, I'm guessing. Phew, I'm stuffed. Chef's selection, seriously? Tiny portions and way too much fuss. After shoving the last piece of pizza into her mouth, Tosia brushes the crumbs of her hands and continues to walk back to her place alongside the night breeze. The street is lit up in vibrant colors by a chaotic mix of billboards, shining as bright as day. This nightscape is breathtaking, but it could not be more different from the Syracuse Tosia imagined. Shelf display agreement. More like shelf monopoly agreement. It's going to get a whole lot of people fired. Maybe even bankrupted. Won't it? Like that kid from before. Once the agreement is signed, she won't be able to sell her wine, no matter how much legal legwork she puts in. But it's got to be done. Those Victorians and Colombians aren't going to let an opportunity this big slip, even if we did. Oh? It's you, the lady from this morning. How's it going? Managed to sell any? You're still carrying the same bottles, aren't you? Yeah. You're a really good saleswoman, right? Signorina Tosia. Can you... Nope. Huh? But I didn't even get to ask. You want me to teach you a trick or two, right? I can read it on your face. Anyway, no can do, no way. But why? The despondency and incomprehension on the girl's face forced a long sigh out of Tosia. How old are you, Bettina? I'm 10 next week. 10, huh? Alright, let me put it in a way that you can understand. Listen, I know having to make a living at your age isn't easy. If things were different, I wouldn't mind helping you out. I only got to where I am today thanks to the help of others. A favor is an investment, not a cost. But here is the problem. There's only so much wine one Nova Volsini can drink in a day. You're selling Verdi, I sell Golden Prairie. We are business rivals, enemies even. Of course, in a situation like this, some people would drop any cost-benefit analysis and chose to help a helpless little kid like you. But it's not me. Yeah, I'm evil. Because I'm a woman with a heart of stone. The business world is a battlefield. Helping your enemy is just stabbing yourself in the back. I've set my mind on flying up the ranks and living the good life. And I'm not going to go soft on my foe just because she's a kid. You got that? Got it. Good. I'm off then. You keep at it. Very nice. Okay. Was I too harsh on her? Can't blame me for it. That black-haired uncle of mine is obviously trying to use Spy of the Sky promises to trick me into doing his dirty work. If I want to find my footing here, I don't have time to get involved in other people's business. But she's not crying, is she? Let's just turn around and get a quick look. Just one look. Droops head, as if grieving. Grabs hold of bridge railing. Stands on top of railing. As if about to jump. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait. Don't just throw your life away like that. What? Made it. Good thing I got quick reflexes. Okay, that was... I don't know if I should be lying, but that was really, really sudden. Kids these days have no mental fortitude. I'll teach you, okay? I don't think she wanted to jump. I don't know, just a feeling. But maybe? Seriously, even when my performance was in the gutter, and I was homeless and living under a bridge, eating thrown out fries, things weren't that bad. You're young, you've got plenty of time ahead of you. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Even if things are hard now, you need to believe things will get better. Why are you looking at me like that? I think you misunderstood something, Signorina Tosia. I was trying to save Pain. Pain? Anna? Over there, on the other side of the railing. It's so naughty, wandering off like that. Oof. You weren't trying to... Thank goodness. I guess I looked a little stupid trying to calm you down just now, worried as I was. But even if you were trying to save it, you didn't need to go over the railing, you know? That's dangerous. But my arms aren't long enough. Alright, fine. Out of the way. You better not bite me, Pain. Sono molto grata, Bettina. If you hadn't brought my bambino back to me, why, I don't know what I'd do. Well, we'll head back home now. Say ciao to Bettina, Pain. Okay, ciao, Signorina Bianca? Ciao, Pain. Huh? Wait, aren't you going to ask her? Ask her what? About the vine. I feel like getting sales through personal connection is rather high cost, low efficiency, but any port is in a storm definitely beats starving. Didn't you help her find Pain so she would buy your vine? Huh? Don't tell me you did it out of the goodness of your heart. Yeah, some people are nice like that. It's crazy, I know. Am I misunderstanding something? Is your family not in a big trouble? Does it not matter if this stuff sells? No, of course it matters. I just want to help sell the vine. Nono says sales have been getting worse and worse lately, and if we can't make enough this month, the vine will have to close. What should I do? You said you'd teach me. What? When did I say that? Are we getting a flashback? I do remember it. It happened like 5 minutes ago. Kids these days have no mortal fortitude. I'll teach you, okay? Oh, I guess I did. Though I thought you were going to... I'm not trying to wiggle out of what I said, but take a good look at your product. Cheap local vines like your variety are the worst performers in the current market. Outdated production facilities, careless cost control, old-fashioned marketing, while Golden Prairie offers some better quality budget vines, and they are only half a price. Only a fool would pick the other option. We are having an ad break. Like right now. Verb. I'm back. The winery your Nonna works for is doomed. My advice to him is to start looking for a new job sooner rather than later. But the adults all say there's no such thing as unsellable product. Only sells people who can sell it. I know Verdi is hard to sell. Is it so bad that not even you could sell it? Signorina Tosia? First you trick me into giving you advice, then you go for a psychological tactic? You've got moves. Do you think this 10-year-old is doing this intentionally? Rick? But I won't fall for it. I don't have a grade. I don't have to get mixed up in your problems to prove myself. I'm last year's sales star at the Cruisy Domek department store and the future top salesperson at Golden Prairie. There's nothing I can't sell. That's right, absolutely nothing. Alright, since you have talked your way this far, allow me to teach you a thing or two. With my secret sales techniques, forget selling a few bottles. You'll be selling crates by the dozen. Alright, tell me a story. Why is it you haven't sold a single bottle yet? Sorry, I know how hard it was for you to get free time to teach me, but I sniff. I can afford a day off. I've built enough of a lead on a second place. Gotta leave myself some room for improvement next month. The important thing is, you're my apprentice. How can you be getting stuck like this? Are you really doing things the way I taught you? I did my best to use the words you taught me, but... Bad? Things like the vine is full-bodied with exquisite balance and a lively thing. I don't understand what they mean at all. So how am I supposed to pretend I do know what or do when talking to people? And then saying things like our vine comes from a winery with deep historical roots. We just use grapes from our own vineyard. Isn't this misleading? Nono says we should put ourselves in other people's shoes and be sincere when dealing with them. That way everyone will trust us. It's the only way to get a good deal with that everyone's happy with, so I knew it. Listen to me. Your playbook is outdated. You're being sincere, but other people aren't necessarily going to be sincere back. Gullible idiots got swindled and lose everything. Even if they put it all on the line to make some cash, they just burn themselves out. You'll see, when you find yourself in a desperate situation, then you'll look around and see no one ready to lend you a hand. Sincerity means nothing in the face of profit. You can't entrust your survival to anyone else. We need to be smart, or we will get gobbled up, you hear me? I don't know. The sight of the girl with her head lowered, clutching at her clothes, makes Tosia decide to lighten up a bit. Look, I'm not saying you need to become a swindler yourself. You just need to package it a little nicer, that's all. Package it? Yep, like using a ribbon to tie a pretty bow, and putting it in a nice bag. There we go, looks much more presentable than before. You might have already noticed, but there's a huge change coming to the vine racks of Nova Volsini. Used to be that they'd only stock a few types of vine, but now you can easily find Pinot Noirs from Victoria, Cabernet Sauvignons from Colombia, Sweet Roses from Bolivar. It's a miracle for sure, but can you see where the issue lies when you lift up your glasses? The miracle was born from stringent production criteria and carried all across Terra in cargo containers. They are appropriately priced and are stable in quality, but what they lack is soul. Wine isn't meant to lack personality like a fast food burger. Put those time a dozen industrial goods back on the shelf and look at the premium gold label Sangiovis in my hand. Sangiovis? The product of craftsmanship honed from decades at the local Syracusan winery, a unique flavor with a lingering aftertaste. One sip will delight the mind, 2 sips will bring good health. I like one. Will this be enough? Huh? Well, aren't you two selling wine? I'm pressed for time, so give me it here quick. How do I look? You look perfectly fine. Where's the fire, Signor? I found myself needing to meet someone, but it's rather last minute. I didn't expect them to be in Nova Volsini, and in my rush, I wasn't able to prepare a gift. Lucky I ran into you. Grazie mille, Signorina. I hope your business goes well. Nice. Already got the sale. Signor, wait. Damn, he's fast. I was only trying to give you an example. Don't expect their review to anyone great enough to actually buy it. But probably foreigner, since he didn't recognize the wine. He gave us enough to buy a ton of Verdi. This is great, though. We finally sold our first bottle. How about a high five? But, why the long face? Saying something is a victory, even if it was a misunderstanding. It's his own fault for not studying up. But he did look like he was really in a rush. Must be a really important meeting. Hey kid, if you show up with a bottle of cheap wine in Syracuse, what happens? Oh, I see. So that's why we are really sorry. Here's your money back. Please use it for some other gift. This isn't a high quality wine. It's just a bottle of Verdi, right? So that's why you two were chasing after me in panic. You know what? How could I not, considering all the years I've drank? I was born in Sorrento, and many years ago, I had a falling out with my family. In my anger I ran off to Colombia. You can laugh if you want. My Syracusan is a little rusty these days. But if you knew, then why did you? Haha, if I brought a fancy foreign wine as a gift, I'm afraid my papa would slam the door in my face. The meeting is with your own family? I didn't know they moved here. I saw them while I was out on the street. Nearly didn't recognize them. What once felt like your biggest deal in all of Syracuse now barely feels important at all. All these years, had no contact at all. It's time I finally dropped by. My family was not well off, so we had Verdi with dinner. I don't know why Papa never tired of it. Hope that once he sees this bottle, he will let me in. So there's been no misunderstanding here. A bottle of common ordinary Verdi, wrapped with care, appeared in front of me precisely when I needed it. And for that, I'm willing to pay this price. That's nice sentiment. If it still weighs on your conscience, then why not offer me a good luck as a bonus? Sure, best of luck to you. Never thought I'd see the days I chased down a buyer to get my product back. You're looking chipper. Happy now? When I tell Nono, he's gonna say I made a good deal. And how about the high five? Yay. Not time to rest on your laurels, though. We have only sold one bottle. You can count on more happy accidents. Excuse me, are you Bettina? I am. Who might you be, Signor? Finally found you. Miss Bianca says you sell traditional Syracusan red wine. Is that right? I'm planning to open a Syracusan restaurant in Victoria, and I might consider bringing a few such items back with me. Could you introduce your product? Oh, you mean... A golden opportunity is knocking. Bettina, don't just stand there. The important part is putting your marketing skills to good use next. Still remember what I taught you. Signorina Tosia? Never mind, kid. You graduated. Just forget everything I said. It's better you do things your own way. Tosia watches the girl and the young man move to a curb, listening to the gains and losses in her head out of habit. Listening counter. Syracusan restaurant. Even if he's looking for a local wine, he would make a more profit if he went to something a couple grades higher than Verdi. Maybe it's all about what the buyers think in the end. Well, I think it's good to have some cheaper options in a restaurant, for sure. Just gotta hope he signs a long-term agreement. Though even if he does, it's still a drop in a bucket. This label isn't going to escape bankruptcy or acquisition that easily. The conversation nearby seems to pause for a moment. The girl turns to Tosia, jumping and waving her hands, a bright smile plastered all over her face. Looks like things are going well. Whatever, as long as she's happy. One week later. I've spoken with Mr. Roger. and he approves of your idea. He simply has some hesitation about getting involved, and is worried about the risks. No rush. None of this rapidly is making any big moves right now, but this doesn't mean things will go away with GCC the way GCC planned. We may be backed by the GCC right now, but we need to make our own preparations. No matter which of these titans let something slip through its fingers, we shall enjoy a sumptuous feast. We are not the only ones waiting to get a slice of the pie. We simply need to be ready and wait for a perfect wave to carry us aloft. Oh, look who it is. Our shining star of the market finally arrives. Sales tells me you got quite a few local retailers to sign our shelf display agreement, so I thought we should celebrate. Thanks, it was just like you said. Not much resistance when we were talking. I meant to have this celebratory dinner yesterday, but my secretary told me you were busy with something. I made friends with a local girl these past few days. She invited me to her home for dinner. Sorry, I know you don't splurge often. Why apologize? This is great. We are foreigners in Nova Volsini. Only by understanding the Syracusans can we empty their pockets. It seems my lovely niece has some tricks up her sleeve. You always know exactly why you do things. That's what I like the most about you. Come, na zdrowie. I think you misunderstood something, Wujek Charek. I didn't go to the kid's place to fish some information. It was just to sing her happy birthday. Oh, is that so? The glass filled with the first-rate wine freezes in midair, while the young lady on the other side of the table gives him a smile. Her family is as ordinary as can be. They even bought all the furniture in from the countryside. A family that's the complete opposite of our Nova Volsini Vita Nova. I did manage to get one piece of good news there, though. Look. Lucia pulls out a soft drink in a glass bottle, resting it on a pure white satin tablecloth. Shara cannot help but laugh. You're here to eat dinner, you know. Why bring your own drink? This is the Chinoto I asked about last week. Family says there are still grocers in the city who sell it. I'm not sure if you remember, but my dad often went to Syracuse for work. Every time he came back, he'd bring some snacks and toys for me. My favorite was this drink, and I always beg him to bring more back next time. It would have been way too heavy, now that I think about it. Well, you know what happened next. He lost his job, so I didn't get to drink Chinoto anymore, naturally. The price of the cap. The soft drink in the brown glass bottle, letting out a cheerful hiss. I always wanted to try it again. I'm starting to think that if these old-fashioned things really did disappear, it would be a real shame. Na zdrowie, Wujek Charek. Lucia lifts up the bottle, knocking it against the wine glass. I have a feeling he won't be exactly excited about this. Honestly, that 0% sparkling water from last week, not my cup of tea. No offense. Okay. I guess she's kinda nice. Who's this? Oh, that was business acumen, by the way. Witness. Lupina, is the bill of lading for this order of your binaries grapes by Saluzovino? You can look over the details. Let me see. Everything seems to be in order. You're always on top of things. I'm flattered. Lupina, there's something which I'm not sure I should ask in my position. Why the formality? Go ahead, Zia, Elio. We have known each other for so long. Ever since Casimir's Vine entered the market, we have been running a surplus of grapes at your winery, which has been good for us. Their prices are reasonable, and it helps out clear inventory. It's a deal that benefits both sides. Yes, but the amount that you're offering in this batch, is it too much for you? No, we use all the grapes we can get. But are you leaving any for your own wine production? You can tell. Lupina. Golden Prairie approached us a little while back. They offered to buy the Verdi winery, and they made an offer I couldn't refuse. The winery is going under, despite our best efforts. At least Golden Prairie's interest shows that our equipment and vineyards are worth something. Thank you for everything, Azio Elio. Salzovino has always been a good partner to the Verdi winery. But what about the other guys? David? What about Nicolo? Did he agree? I'll convince them. No, Lupina. How could we sell our Verdi winery to the Casimirsons? Calm down, Nicolo. Let's sit down and talk about this. There's wine, and there's food. What's that? He also looks kinda playable, I think. Our signature wine, San Giovese. You know it well, don't you? Yes, I remember this label. Old Verdi, your nono, patented it himself. I was raising the grapes when we first developed this vine. Trimmed them vine by vine myself. The clippers were heavy and unwieldy, especially in winter, when you were out all day in the cold. But it was worth it. These vines are older than all of us put together. In Casimir's, they trim their vines with machines, so they can go through a whole vineyard in a single day. It's not the same. Those stupido machines rip the vines apart. It may save time in the short term, but the grapes don't have long to live once they are done with them. They don't know how to trim along the grain of the vine, ensuring that the fruits get proper sunlight and develop the right flavor. You kids don't know the old Syracusan craft, and no one wants to learn anymore. The Syracusan vine is unique because every vine is as old as the Familia. And for a grapevine, it's like caring for a family. At least it was for you, your nono. Nicola. Think about it, Lupa. Every grape in Verdi winery is picked from a vine older than your nono. Workers like us have spent our whole lives picking grapes, getting barrels, making wine. My son inherited my craft. Even my granddaughter is selling wine for the winery. Where will we go if the winery is sold? I'll make sure everyone is taken care of. Your skills won't go to waste. Would the family we have built here still exist after the winery is sold and all the workers have gone their separate ways? To me, it's better to die with dignity now than to continue to try to scrape by in Nova Volsini. Give it a decent ending, while this land still has value. Severance will be paid according to our contract terms. It's not the severance I'm worried about. You are never all that interested in running the winery, but don't you feel anything for this place? Old Verdi kept running all those years. Nono wouldn't want his winery to go bankrupt. It's not such a bad thing to find a new home for this. This is Nova Volsini, Nicola, and it's time we accepted the new order. The old workers stay silent for a while. Finally, he takes out an invitation from his pocket and puts it on the table. What's that? My granddaughter Betty turns 10 next week. So we're in the past again? We'll do this by the old rules of Syracuse. She's 10 already? I'll have to... I'm leaving. At the small, unremarkable home in a quiet alley. It is already late when Lupina arrives. A warm light greets her as she opens the door. I knew I'd find you here. This is my private bar. You'll always find me here when I'm free. Here, your usual. 1 Tramonto with extra orange juice, less syrup, and 6 cubes of ice. That's a lot of ice, no? I thought you'd be busier. The Casimir's Red Wine Championship is in just a few... Okay, this is a while in the past. I guess I have no idea about this timeline right now. Golden Prairie sent out an invitation to all the local wineries. You're not really in a position to participate, but I suppose you'll be there. It's a marketing opportunity no matter who's organizing it. Yes, it is an opportunity. But I've made the necessary arrangements. I don't need to be there personally for the rest. You'd prefer to hide here and mix drinks at your leisure? Just a little hobby of mine. You have your hobbies too, don't you? Would you care to check the drum set over there for me, my dear Vintonier? She sits down in the drummer's chair and starts banging out a lively rhythm. Her foot stomps steadily on the cymbal pedal, while the movements of the drumsticks in her hands are clean and confident. Se muoio in querela, seppellitemi con un fiorino, passa la lacrime di mamma, sulla mia tomba con vino. A song that every Syracusan child knows. We have brought it to Nova Volsini. An arrangement. The original is too melancholic for this occasion. The streets are filled with vibrant Casimirs and Vinettes. The Syracusan must learn to read the room. Maybe not all the time. Elliot told you about our winery. That's what we are here for. What's your plan? The Casimirsons are coming to audit to assess tomorrow. What did I assess tomorrow? I've already signed the letter of intent to sell. There wasn't many workers left by the time Papa took over from Nono. There's no point in carrying on. Traditional winemaking methods are time and labor intensive. The winery was operating at a loss by the time Papa passed it to me. A shame, but since you already made your decision, what do you need from me? It's not like you to hesitate. The remaining workers, they're all skilled veterans. They will do well no matter where they go. Saluzovino has dozens of wineries under your label. There must be places that could use a pair of skilled hands. I'm not trying to force them on you. I know the Familia rules. You will be doing me a huge favor, one that I'm not in a position to repay. Just give them a chance. Check them out and assign them based on your assessment and needs. Nothing to be nervous about. It's only natural that you'd want to take care of your family, and I do need to hire more hands. Grazie. All's well with the workers, but what about you? Me? I guess I'll chase my dreams in music. Frankly, I think I'm a much better drummer than I'm a vintner. The faint nonchalance is accompanied by a series of drum riffs. They echo in this a little private bar, never leaving the room. I can't. I just can't. Who's there? Elio, you're still here? Let me help. Ominous footsteps. It's so quiet. I can hear the ringing in my ears. This used to be a lively place. The sounds of footsteps, barrels rolling, metal and glass clanking against each other, bubbles sizzling with grapes ferment. And now it's all... There's only silence left. Lupina slowly walks past the warehouse, the cellar, the vet. She knows this may be the last time she makes these checks. Her hand touches the antiquated equipment, the marks of age. The handles of the presser falls off the screw. Huh? No, the Casimir's auditor is coming soon. How could my equipment break at a time like this? Oh, this stubborn old stuff. Got to screw it back. Ought to be just like the light bulb. It's stuck? Lupina. David? Davida? Good timing. Come, help me fix this thing. The vertical screw is completely stripped. It won't go back on. I was just going to tell you. I was doing my regular checks when I found a problem with the filtration system's hydraulic cylinder. It's cracked and can't maintain hydraulic pressure. Lupa. The Casimirsons are here. Well. A fine classic villa, Signorina Verdi. The wolf's head of the wine barrels is quite detailed, and even the stone tiles in the cellar are tastefully ornamented. It must be my grandfather who painted them. Shall we discuss what to do with your family's artwork? Would you like us to remove it intact and return it to you, or include it in the purchase? Remove it? Since the paintings on the tiles are the work of your late grandfather, we can arrange for an art preservation expert to remove them for you. Should you wish, I assure you, they will not be damaged. Oh, then yes, please. The expert's fee will be at your own expense, of course. I knew it. Fine, I'll pay. Please make sure the tiles are removed intact and undamaged. Shall we proceed to the next item? Alright. Crusher, fermentation tank, presser, thermostat, filtration system. They have a full complement of winemaking equipment. Yes, it was my grandfather who procured it. They were the most popular models at the time. Very durable. Your grandfather? That was a while ago then. Still, it works well. Please come and see our crushers. This machine crushes grapes with minimal loss. My grandfather retrofitted it with extra wide rollers, increasing production by... There seems to be an issue with the sealing ring on the machine's connector, if I'm not mistaken. Equipment assessment is not my specialty, but I'm under the impression that the sealing ring should not be exposed. And your thermostat. I took note at the temperature reading when I passed it. The temperature seems suboptimal for winemaking. Well, yes, the equipment may be a little old, but our workers maintain it regularly, and we have all the necessary spare parts on hand. We can get it repaired quickly. It will not affect the delivery. If that's what you are concerned about, there's no need to worry. Your equipment was not included in our initial assessment. Provisional Syracusan equipment is inefficient and incompatible with our production lines. We did not intend to keep it to begin with. You may dispose of it as you see fit. This includes the oaken casks in the warehouse that you showed me. These handmade casks create uncontrolled impurities in the storage process, which are detrimental to the quality control for mass-produced wine. You don't use oaken casks? We have replaced traditional oaken casks with steel containers, which have better hermetic properties and are more responsive to temperature control. By the way, I have no idea about wine. Like, I had wine, but I don't drink wine often, like, at all. I don't think I had wine in, like, over a year. So yeah, just a fun fact. It will lose a lot of flavor. But I sound like my nana. That will be a question for an inspector to worry about. I suggest your focus on whatever the offer meets your expectations. I assure you that you have nothing to worry about. Is it the land on which your winery sits that we are... It is the land on which your winery sits that we are interested in. We will offer a fair price for it. We got a plot of excellent land. While you received a reasonable payment in turn, it's a win-win arrangement. I will document the results of the audit. Then our legal representative will contact you to finalize the contract. Please reach out to her if you have any questions. Would you like to try a sip? If I recall correctly, we bought out the winery's inventory last month, as you were in urgent need to liquidify to make payroll. Liquidity. There will be no need to see me out. Have a nice day, Signorina Verdi. The Casimirson leaves the winery with his briefcase, takes one glance at the lonely vineyard, then gets into the black car that has been waiting for him outside. Takes a long while until the sound of the car engines is long gone, for Lupina to come to her senses. It's over. Nona's winery sold, just like that. I thought I would care more about our traditions and equipment. Nicola. The presser and crusher, the thermostat, the filtration system. I was the one who broke them. I know, I'm not here to blame anyone. We have been here so many years. I doubt you thought breaking a few pieces of equipment would stop the purchase. I just hope they would stay. The pipes, Elio. He did something else? I wanted to stop him, but I understand your anger. What's done is done. If the auditor didn't find it, there's no reason for us to tell them. Lupa. I wasn't much of a businesswoman, but I know how to tell a good guy from a bad one. That drunk papa of mine wasn't even born when he started working at a winery with my nonna. You know, he used to measure my height with this presser. See the lines on the cylinder? It's for the best that it broke. At least it couldn't be sold. Verdi Winery was my entire life. I watched every new bottle go out the door. I saw us weather one storm after another. I told my granddaughter, or maybe my granddaughter's granddaughter, would get to see the new bottles going out. I don't think it would end this way. If continuing the old ways won't protect them, maybe this is for the best. Is there anything else I can do? My son would like to come to his daughter's 10th birthday party. Would like you to come to his daughter's 10th birthday party. With a bottle of wine her age, as a tradition. But I'll take good care of this winery until it really changes hands. Mio caro lupa. My dear Vintenier, I would very much appreciate if you could pay a visit to my private bar. You may help yourself to my collection. He told me to come, but he's nowhere to be found. People in Syracuse die every day. How's that enough to shut him up at home? And he wants his guests to mix their own drinks. It's been a long time since I've done it. What was it that Nonna said? Winemaking is a slow and gradual process. The wine begins to gain its unique flavor during fermentation, like a family slowly brought together. Sometimes, wines and juices of different flavors are mixed together before being presented for tasting. No, you're too young to drink. Are you listening, Lupa? That's paintbrush, not a drumstick. I'm not done painting yet. Yes, you can play with it once I'm done. Look, this is our vineyard. This big wolf ahead is mine. Is me. And the small one is you. You want to paint a couple of brushes too? Paint a couple of brushes too? 2 drumsticks? My. Mio caro Lupa sure has her own ideas. You want to be a musician? The most rhythmic drummer on Terra? Then Nonno's gonna be the best painter on Terra. No, I'm not angry. See? I'm painting right now. On the wine bottle. Right. I guess they did say before that he created the art that, you know, they wanted to remove and shit. I'll take you to the cellar when it gets warmer and decorate the walls. I've wanted to do this for a long time. It took years for the idea to take shape. I want you to both inherit the winery and have the freedom to become a musician. Your family should not make you give up on your dreams. Guess it's come to this, Nana. I couldn't even come up with a bottle from this year. Maybe a bit of music to lift the mood. The drummer walks to the instrument. There is a finely wrapped gift box on the stool on which she has often sat. She lays down her drumsticks, opens the ribbon-wrapped gift box, and finds a bottle of wine within. The label features 2 wolves' heads by the grapevines, one large, one small, with 2 drumsticks by the ears of the smaller wolf drawn with childish lines. The label says Verdi, 1092. The drummer lays her hands on the bottle gently, then puts it back inside the box and takes up the drumsticks. The sound of song begins to echo through the bar. Muoio in guerra seppellentemi con un fiorno verso le lacrime di mamma sulla mia tomba con vino. Okay, nice, interesting. I guess that like gives this a year, which is 1102. Since you know that vine was from 10 years ago, was supposed to be from 10 years ago, I'm guessing. guessing that's the one. Alright, we have... I forgot your name, but you're like the tracker leader. Yeah. Trash. Oh no. Another one? For a long time afterwards, Irene, got back to her hesitation that night every time she drove her truck alone. The sky is completely dark. By the time the truck stops at the edge of Court Square, she does not turn off the engine. The vibration is transmitted to her wrists via the steering wheel, before gradually subsiding. She called Lavinia on her way, saying she has something to discuss. I don't know what to do, Lavinia. Irene mutters in the driver's seat, but she cannot bring herself to finish the sentence. You're the only one I can count on. Is she really the only one? Irene spends a few moments in a bitter silence, as raindrops splash her face through a gap in the window. She turns off the engine. I made more money in one trip than I did in the last 2 weeks combined. The Casimirson pays well. You showed off? Showing? You showing off? Makeup payments for this week alone wiped out the whole trip's margin for me. I don't hear you talking about the heavy fines to Casimirson's levy. Thanks for helping to pay my share. Now that I've gotten paid, how much do I owe you? Don't worry about it. Better help each other out. Right, you are. I'll save a portion and do my part next time someone gets fined. Living is the right move. Original fuel prices are rising. I was just at the station, and boy, did it hurt to watch the number going up and up. I just ran into a bloke from Leonti Pharmacy at the fuel station who lent me his discount card. I should bring him a pack of smokes next time I go by their shop. Really? As long as Irene doesn't catch you hanging out with the vice guy. Hanging out with who? No, it's nothing. Ciao, Irene. Ciao. Haven't seen you in a while. I think I'm going to break your delivery record soon. Great. As a reward, you'll get to transportation security paperwork from the Agenzia per la Siracusa dei Trasporti. Huh, anything but AST. Anyway, it's time for me to go to my next job, a dopo. He's right. We haven't seen you in a camp for a while. How you got on dinner? You gotta take care of your health, as Summer will never forgive us. Don't change the subject. What were you chatting about? It's nothing really. Oh, come on. When will you and Sam learn? Where is Sam anyway? I don't see him anywhere in the camp. And his schedule is empty for a few days. Where is he? He's been sick. For a fever, vomiting, diarrhea, the whole shebang. And to go home and lie down after last night's delivery, Shani's taking his order for today. The Casimirsons dock pay for days off. You knew better to find a sub if we have got one. Never mind. I'll get the doctor to look at him. Did you need him for something? Irene irritably shakes the object in her hand. It makes a swishing sound. The package is obviously wine bottle shaped. Never mind the Saluzavino logo displayed prominently on it. Why did Saluzavino send us a bottle of wine? I would have thought that one of you dropped the delivery in the mailroom if the package didn't have Sam's name on it? Oh, it's probably a moving gift for Sam's cousin's family. Moving gift? When his cousin's family first came to Nova Volsini, Signor Demetri helped out. I think he mentioned he'd sent a bottle of wine as a moving gift. It's just a little wine, Irini, and it's not for him. Sam quit drinking, you know that. I know. I'm just wondering how Signor Bello knew about Sam's cousin. And you, Ruggiero. I was planning to go shopping at your little supermarket a few days ago, only to find that it became a Saluzovino outlet. Since when have you gotten so friendly with each other? I rented it to them. Turns out managing a whole supermarket was more trouble than it's worth, and I figured I was better off driving trucks. Were you in some trouble I didn't know about? Something that you couldn't tell me, but you were comfortable telling the Mafia? It's not that, Irini. When will you understand? Small favors are favors too, and all favors have to be repaid someday, with interest. But they are just helping us right now. Are they? The Red Vine Championship starts in a few days. Okay, so this is still before that. It is not obvious why Saluzovino sent a moving gift right now. Is it not obvious why Saluzovino sent a moving gift right now? It's just a bottle of wine at this point. But what about later? Mafia money? The Famiglia's name? Will he go back to working for them like he used to? You're worried about history repeating itself. I promise you it won't. Besides, under Nova Volsini's new order, even if you don't trust me, you should trust the mayor and Judge Lavinia. It's not that I don't trust them, it's just... Never mind. Don't forget what happened at the carnival. Avoid dealing with the Famiglia. You may think they are just ordinary employees and shopkeepers, but everything they do is under the watchful eyes of the wise guys. I know it was traumatic for you, as it was for all of us. But things have changed. For the Saluzos, Venezia Jr. is gone. It's a new era of leadership. Ruggiero is interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing. Irini says nothing. She shakes her head and turns around to leave. Ruggiero hears an urgent voice as soon as he picks up the phone. Ruggiero, I can't reach Sam. What do I do? Come to the vehicle checkpoint at Dock 2. The customers say they are slapping off an extra fine, and I just can't get them to listen to me. What? Seeing Ruggiero's anxiety, Irini gestures for him to pass the terminal. It's me. What's going on? Irini? Oh, I'm so glad you're there. Sam's been running a fever, so I swapped shifts with him. This run just happened to be on the way to my order, but the Kazimiersons changed the delivery destination at the last minute, and I didn't make it in time. I tried to explain, but the Kazimierson doesn't seem to understand what I'm saying. He keeps saying I broke the contract, and he's demanding I pay the fine. Please hurry, Irini. The print on the contract is tiny and thick, and I can't make sense of it. I'm on my way. Surely you can make an accommodation. It was your side that changed the delivery address at the last minute. Why should the driver pay a penalty? Commissioner, all orders are logged in our system, and our adjustments are made according to the published schedule. Drivers bear responsibility for any shift changes they make themselves. But the contract makes it quite clear. Exceptions compromise our ability to enforce our contracts in the future. Continuing this argument does neither of us any good. If the driver doesn't leave now, based on road conditions and the published schedule, you may be held in substantive breach of the contract, resulting in a fine equal to 15% of the order. It will also be your 7th penalty of the month. Therefore, the windows for any subsequent orders will be tightened accordingly. Hello, said Boost. Well, Adult Rossi. Oh, right. I was for a moment, I was like, who the fuck is Ross? Who the fuck is Ross? But right, that's Enfield people. Those exist. There's a game like that. I heard about it. Irini cannot recall what she saw in the forced smack. Hello! Halara! How was your stream? I was there for a bit, you know, when fucking Arknights was being delayed. It's a started good. I like it so far. I don't know where it's going. Well, no, I kind of have an idea what they are kind of doing, but yeah. But yeah, I hope your stream was good. Hope you had fun. And thanks for the raid. Yeah, I'm doing the story. Crazy, I know. Stream was nice. I did beat up a frog turtle. Well, that sounds mean. Poor frog turtle. Was it like... Why did you do it? Can you tell me, like, a reason why that was the case? Like, was it... endangering you? Was there any stages that was satisfying to overcome, like you actually fought IRL after winning? I would say a few, honestly. Like, basically any of them that I got really stuck on, if I managed to actually get it, and I felt like I did well. That was like a bunch. I'm trying to think. I think the one that sticks out the most was the, in retracing our steps, the S stage 5 on challenge mode. That took me a while. It was evil and the gods told me to do it. Well, when you say it was evil, how do you define that? Like, what did it do? Why was it evil? What did it do to do that? Also, do you just blindly trust the gods and do what they say? Like, if the gods told you to kill me, would you do it? What if I was evil? Back to the stages. I think a lot of the bosses that I managed to actually do with my team, with like the normal team, with the one without altars, I'm quite satisfied with that. I think when I managed to do that. I think the problem is that a lot of the stages I just don't recall, but the one that I just mentioned, the one in retracing our steps, they just stuck to mind because I genuinely, it took me like fucking, I think 4+ hours. It had to be like quite precisely timed everywhere, and I also still had to get lucky, especially with Sora's skill. Anyways. Irini cannot recall what she saw in the forced smile that Gianni offered her. Was it regret or apology? Gianni departed promptly upon hearing the foreign businessman's kind words before Irini could intervene, muttering a few words of encouragement to himself. I can't just let it go like this, thought Irini. Back already, Irini? How did things go with Gianni? Did we keep a copy of the Casimir's and contract at the camp? Bring it to me. What's going on? The term, something's not right. There are certain facts that don't seem reasonable. We need to talk it over with their people. Gianni's travels hasn't been resolved, has it? No. But I'll take care of it. I knew it. Other drivers have tried to talk it out to the Casimirs and informally. As for the outcome, I think you can guess. I'm guessing bad. We'll take a short little break here. And I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. Hello. What were we talking about before I left? Well, right, yeah, about dealing with Casimir's. We were talking about how to handle Gianni's fines while you were away. His wife just gave birth to twins, and the folks at home are not in the best of health. Thankfully, them together stops in mid-sentence. Erin asks no more. Perhaps she is afraid that she might ask how the mob boss learned about the issues facing Gianni's family, when she herself has only just heard of them moments ago. I need to wipe my eyes. I'm crying here. Didn't happen to me for a while. I thought maybe my eyes are finally fine. She feels like she has spent too long in her office. So long that she can barely recognize her family anymore. Same as it was 2 years ago. Get a contract. I'll be fine. I'll find a way to deal with it. The AST's drivers do not rely on the kindness of strangers, especially those looking to hide their traps. The lighting at the Casimir's Chamber of Commerce reception room is much warmer than the Agencia per la Sicurezza dei Trasporti's office, the thick rack truly muffling the sound of any footsteps. The water and the documents on the table are placed such that one cannot tell if this is the table of a formal negotiation or simply a courtesy discussion. The Casimirian representative arrived a little earlier than appointed and is looking at the document when Irini arrives. He sets the papers down and stands to greet her. Irini sits without engaging in small talk. I wish to make certain adjustments to the cooperation between the Agencia per la Sicurezza dei Trasporti and the Casimir's Chamber of Commerce. The drivers are not machines. They are doing their best to cooperate, and while it's true they must sometimes be held responsible breaches of contract, many more are attributed to the disconnect between contract terms and reality. Too many of these terms are unreasonable. Irini takes out a stack of contracts and pushes them forward. The edges are frayed from excessively flipping, and the pages are heavily labeled. On their own, the individual terms may not seem unreasonable. Taken together, however, they serve to put all the pressure on the lowest rank in the ladder. The Casimir's representative flips through the contract, reading it carefully, staying on one page for minutes, seemingly to confirm the detailed wording. After some time, he finally puts it away. I understand your concerns. Indeed, we have also noted the recent freight disruptions. However, the terms of the contracts are clear, and you had the opportunity to preview them before you signed it. Yes, because none of us realized they would be relevant at the same time so often. The rules themselves are not contradictory. It is just that current operating conditions are tighter than expected. What is your request then, Commissioner? I would like more flexibility when dealing with edge cases, at least for the time being. Some spaces in implementation, if nothing else. I think it would be conducive to better cooperation in the future. Casimir's representative is silent for a moment. Irini has a feeling that the silence is not a hesitation, but an assessment of whether the statement calls for the dignity of a response. A fleeting A fleeting feeling, nothing more. Marking every single little adjustment would be a considerable burden on management moving forward. However, you could, shall we say, set the recent records aside, for the time being. What do you mean, set aside? They will not be referenced at the current stage, at least not until this scheduling cycle is over. What about penalty records of individual drivers? They will not be scrutinized individually at the current stage. You may focus your time and energy on ensuring smooth overall operation. Small problems will not be examined so closely when the big picture is secure. We too would prefer that our partners are able to work without pressure. We recognize, of course, that recent circumstances are exceptional. We appreciate their contribution to dealing with the increased workload associated with the upcoming Red Vine Championship. Yes, the AST has committed virtually all of our capacity to the Red Vine Championship's orders. I appreciate our Casimir's and partners' understanding of our driver's circumstances. For better cooperation in the future, yes? I will adjust our schedules and review the conditions of our drivers. I recognize that doing business with you has been very beneficial for our members. Erin stands up and shakes hands with her counterpart. The hand held in hers is firm, without applying excessive force. And the expression on the man's face remains polite, exactly as it was when Erin entered the room. We will review the next steps once things have settled down a bit. Erin nods. Erin even feels a slight spring in her step as she leaves the room, carrying the contract. She did not see the ground. The feeling helps ease the anxiety that she felt before she came, but also causes a pang of regret. If only she had come sooner to advocate for the drivers. If only she had checked the contract more carefully. Though everything is resolved now, at least there is room to negotiate. Erini spends the next day telling the violations on all the drivers. The Agencia per la Sicurezza del Transporte's available budget, even her own savings. Later, she goes back to the camp to tell the others not to worry about the fines. Everything is getting better, just like the sunny weather that has graced Nova Volsino recently, thinks Irini. Sam is already feeling better by the time he leaves the pharmacy. In terms of his wallet, at least, he has been off for 3 days. His fever has subsided, and he feels ready to go back to work. Can't have the others subbing for me all the time. I should figure out my schedule tomorrow, then hit the ground running. Who's calling at this hour? Hello? Oh, Tommaso? From Saluzovino? Thanks for the flu and fever pills you gave me the other day. They were great. I was just looking for them in the pharmacy, to keep them on hand for the next time I get fever. Oh, you're too kind. You said the order wasn't urgent, but I didn't want to hold up your business any longer, so I took it upon myself to deliver it. I don't expect to see medicine boxes in with the pay. You weren't there when I picked it up. But I guess it was you who put the meds in there? You Saluzos are too kind. Oh, sorry, Bellons. Of course, you Bellons are too kind. So, what do you need from me at a time like this? Your boss forgets to add a few crates to the delivery, and no one's available? And you need it for tomorrow's Red Vine Championship? Well, we can't have that. I'm just 1 block away from your winery. I'll get it. Should only take a few minutes on my bike. Don't worry about the fee. Neighbors help each other out after all. You insist? Alright. Have it your way. We can talk about it after I deliver the wine. Okay. This is a bit suspicious. By the way, like, this is very pretty much after I found out that it is not told in chronological order. I'm pretty sure they are doing the thing where, you know, in the first part they showed like the actual murder or the death or whatever, right? And now they are giving everything that happened beforehand and building it like a mystery, showing the pieces of what happened before. And at the end, I'm guessing like the last part will be like actually explaining how it happened, what happened, like who caused it, stuff like that. Huh. Guess even the big companies slip up every once in a while. Good thing Tommaso found me. How did he get my number anyway? Did I ever tell him? Never mind, that's not important. What is important is that Nova Volsini Vine wins the Red Vine Championship. Do the Casimirs make good wine? Couldn't possibly be good as the Syracuse and stuff. At any rate. 2 more stops till I get to the venue. Where did that truck come from? Oh, shit. Right, yeah, the stage was called a crash. Phew. The driver scared the shit out of me. The way he swerved. Good thing the vine's okay. Must have dozed off at and missed the red light, I guess. Yikes. The whole truck's flipped over. Hope the driver's okay. I should call the police. Gianni? Is that you? Somebody help! My throttle is hurt. Hey, you, Tommaso, you're here too? Help me get him out from under the wreck. I'll call an ambulance. Hello? There's been a crash. The driver's out cold. I need an ambulance right now. So, Tommaso told me their boss will pay for Gianni's medical bills and a truckload of wine. That Gianni might not have crashed if they didn't ask me to make the delivery, and the Casimirs and stuff wouldn't have spilled. And then? Then what? Nothing. That's all Tommaso told me. It's just an act of kindness, Irene. Tommaso says the owner of Saluzzo Vino is very troubled about Gianni. That he never expected such a terrible accident. Besides, Gianni's in hospital, and he needs the money. You were at the Casimirs' place for a while. What are you saying? Do we need to pay compensation for the goods? Or is it Saluzzo Vino's responsibility? The Casimirs said they can write off the goods. It feels a bit like the Casimirs are taking advantage a little bit of like the fact that this city just seems they don't have exactly still are lacking in terms of laws, like or I guess legal knowledge or something, because one, the contract that the trackers have, but also what were they talking about before, the thing about fucking wine in shops. I don't know what exactly it was called, like shelf monopoly or something. That one character who looks very playable, I don't remember her name, called it. So yeah. Irene stops mid-sentence. She feels a lump in her throat. Her gaze falls upon the truck, sitting on the edge of the camp. It has not been repaired yet, and the broken glass inside the truck gleams in the sunlight. Running out of water. Well, I kinda did run out. There's some more, but yeah. I'll definitely get more my next break. The way they put it, they agree to not pursue individual liability for the incident. It takes a few moments for Sam to process the weight of the message, whereupon he visibly lets out a sigh of relief. What about Gianni? No personal restitution. It will be treated as a failed contract. They will write off the loss of goods. Nice words they used, sharing risks and treating partners fairly. That's great. Honestly, I don't think Gianni could handle paying restitution. He's got way too much on his plate already. He's been taking so many odd jobs lately. So many jobs lately. The fatigue must have gotten to him. Anyway, tell the friend who asked you to run the errand that we don't need their help. The AST insurance will pay part of Gianni's medical bills, and I'll deal with the rest. Sure, alright. The boys have been talking about chipping in for the bills anyway. I'll do my part too. Oh, Tommaso, right? I'll give him a call now. Oh, come on. I doubt the Casimirsons will let it go so easily. You told us about their nice words. How about the not-so-nice ones? They made it very clear that this was an exception that they only agreed to based on our kind partnership. What do you mean? It means that they want us to be more proactive in working within their system, such as feature schedules, routes, and other things that we used to decide on our own. As for penalty records, they said they will assess them as aggregate bunch of official lease for internal reference only, no direct fines. That's what they said before too. Formal renegotiations with the Casimirs regarding the specifics will take place after the Red Wine Championship. We won't let them put unreasonable terms into the contract this time. Anyway, that's all about the truckload of wine. Don't ask questions, and don't think too much about it. It's all in the past now. Irini, I know what you're trying to say. I don't need it. We don't need it. It's all done. Don't worry, I'll find a way. Things will get better for drivers at the AST. For the Truckers Union. For a long time afterwards, what Irini recalls most vividly about those two negotiations is not anything about anything that her counterpart said, but a strange confidence that she had. She believed that things would solve themselves if they were put out in the open, as long as the rules and boundaries are upheld, and even without having to rely on those forces that she was loath to involve. Not now. I don't have time for you. Irini impatiently waves away the Lupo delivery man behind her and turns to face the smartly dressed Granta. She's anxious yet helpless, unsure what to do with her raised hand. But we couldn't possibly pay such an amount. And what do you mean, you'll end our partnership if we don't accept? Huh. Didn't we say the other day our agreement that day was based on the circumstances before that day? Our demands today are based on the changes that will occur after today. His tone was calm, impassive, as though he was simply stating an indisputable fact, and was kind enough to explain it again for Irini's sake. We will not intervene with the assignment of responsibility for the traffic accident, nor do we intend to influence the judgment of the relevant authorities. But the destruction of the goods is the outcome, and nothing can change that. Not to mention the poisoning. As fate would have it. Right, yeah. I guess that happened between those 2 days. Since they were saying before on the phone that the Vine Championship is happening tomorrow. It was supposed to be our wine that the conductor in question was sampled. last sampled, yet the Lupo claims that he had asked someone to deliver it. And the vehicle that delivered the samples under suspicion happened to be the one that caused the accident involving the truck delivering our vine. I think the person who was delivering your vine is the one who caused the accident, no? At least it sounded that way. Wait, maybe I'm misreading it. Vehicle that delivered the samples under suspicion happened to be the one that caused the accident involving the truck delivering our vine. Okay, sure. The AST's drivers have nothing to do with the poisoning. Of course, I fully believe that. At least I do from the traffic perspective. Traffic perspective? Regardless of whether the rides violated traffic laws, his actions objectively impacted the non-delivery of our goods. He created a high-risk environment at a critical juncture, the result of which was that the contract was not fulfilled according to agreement. So you're going after someone who did not commit any actual violations. Going after is such a strong phrase. I said nothing of the sort. We are simply assessing the associated liabilities in accordance with the law. The Kuranta pauses, then continues. The portions of damages that insurance does not cover must, of course, be borne by the liable parties. Business is business, Commissioner Eirini. I beg your understanding. Business? This is highway robbery. We regret that you see it as such. I assure you, our company is most disappointed in this turn of events. Meanwhile, we invite any interested drivers to pick up a pamphlet in hopes of future cooperation. We continue to welcome rational choices. Wait, Eirini, say something. There's no way I can deal with what's on this piece of paper myself. I must say that I always kinda disliked how specifically business is done in Casimir's, I think, you know? Which seems that is like the only thing they actually do there. At least in like big cities or whatever, yeah. So it's interesting to see, I guess, how people in different countries deal with it. They are like getting used to that sort of things. I'm guessing something like that. I guess I'll have to go. I'll have to go to. No. Then what do you suggest I do? It's if you didn't sign that partnership agreement with these foreigners, that crash would never have happened, and Gianni wouldn't be lying in a hospital bed right now. I know you just want to help us make money, but those Casimirisms are going to sue me. I've never even seen that much money my entire life. How am I supposed to pay it? You said that regulations would protect the truckers' union. No, the AST was drivers once we were part of the municipal system. I shouldn't have to deal with this on my own, right? I know, I'll find a way. Well, either you do that, or I go and talk to the Bellon associate behind you. Eirini reflexively opens her mouth to say no, as she had done so many times, whenever this subject is breached, but no words come out. She sees a few drivers standing around the Kuranta in the distance, the same typical smile plastered over his face as always. The man stands there, patiently holding a pamphlet, sometimes nodding and sometimes replying softly, looking more like a counselor listening to someone's troubles than a salesman trying to advertise something. The drivers listen to the Kuranta's explanation with perplexed expression on their faces while casting subtle, searching glances at Eirini. Don't worry, I'll find a way. I will. It has been a long time since Irene last drove a truck to work. It has been a long time since she drove a truck on the new city's roads. Parking spaces are always at a premium at the City Hall, where the Agencia per la Siracusa dei Trasporti offices are located. Visitors from local businesses, guests from foreign trade associations, drivers at the AST, colleagues from other departments, vehicles of all shapes and sizes come and go. There is no space for a truck. In the afternoon, where Irene is driving her truck out of the camp, she overhears the other drivers discussing the pamphlets that the Casimirs and representative brought. Some with excitement, others with suspicion. They talk about the number of finds this quarter, the profits of each job, and their children potentially getting to work for the winery, a pharmacy, or a vehicle factory. The pamphlets paint the picturesque future, not so different from what she saw when she chose the foreigners in order to reject the famiglie. But she knows that they also represent other things. Irene continues to drive for a long time. As the colors of dusk mentioned, fill the sky, she dials a certain number of her terminal, on her terminal. Lavinia, it's me, Irene. I'm coming over to the courthouse right now. I need to talk to you. It's important. Yay, we'll get Lavinia. I really like her. Okay, I can do this tomorrow. And tomorrow, no, today. I wanted to say today. I think I will be able to finish today. Like, even if these two take 2 hours, which I think they would take less with the pace we have right now, I definitely can do this today. Okay, I'll specify on this stream. Might be like, you know, I'll go probably a bit after midnight, but yeah. Calm down. Unheard sound. This is the playable character. We've seen her in the basement at the very start. I don't remember her name. It was something with the ripping. Aww. What wonderful lightning. It complements your emerald eyes. Oh, how lucky I am to have a girl with such beautiful eyes. You talk like I'm the one about to go on stage, Paula. But yeah, you sure are lucky to have a daughter who can handle both performance and paperwork so brilliantly. I see. That must suck, ESL. Tough luck, huh? I'm sorry. Yes. So my good daughter, I trust you'll handle tomorrow's meeting with the new shopping mall on the corner. I have some new pieces brewing in my mind, and I'd like to put them to paper after the Red Vines Championship. Of course, Paula. Leave it to me. You should head to the stage now. Your performance is about to begin. Everyone will know of our Varderol Hang Warhang Orchestra after today's performance, and I'm sure you'll be busy. Stage lights peek through the gap between the backstage curtains, outlining the Cabernet horns as she raises her baton. Yeah. She saw only silhouette. Under the slanted cellar lamps, the reflections of the drinking glass faded and reappeared as the figure moved. The SL wanted to approach the figure. Perhaps they were lost in a need of directions. But she only took one step before the other turned in response and quickly moved past the shelves. As the two brushed shoulders, the light revealed towering horns atop a black hood. Horns? A Cabernet horns? I'm sorry. The blinding stage lights shine down on the floor where Paula fell. She spilled wine, the spilled wine pooling glaringly like fresh blood. Her mother's lips, which were smiling and praising her, are now dyed in a shade of ominous ravine red. The blight lights cause Liesel's vision to blur, yet Paula's lifeless eyes fail to capture any of it. Paula? Mama! Yeah, that's tough. Liesel? Huh? I was just saying, we'll handle the partnership and payment according to the contract. I'm sure you understand. Sorry, I was distracted. No worries, understand. Trying to keep the orchestra together after such a huge blow must be difficult. Again, I'm so sorry for what happened to Frau Paula. The city has lost a beautiful and talented artist. I myself am grieving a tremendous loss. I can imagine how her adopted daughter must feel. I appreciate your sympathy. I hope you bounce back quickly. I prepared some condolences gift for your group. You can share them later. You shouldn't have. We are honored to simply be working with you. So about the performance fee. Don't worry about it. We won't claw back a deposit. But as I was about to say, we have decided to not continue our cooperation. Hope your group can find solace and weather this difficult time. Wait, you're not renewing the contract? Yes, without the dazzling pearl like Frau Paula, the orchestra has lost its backbone. I fear the standard of your performances will not return to its original level anytime soon. After all, we are a business, not a charity. Sorry, was that too blunt of me? Then, what about our performances scheduled for the next 2 days? Cancelled, of course. The original plan was to let our guests enjoy your music accompanying their wine tasting. But now the City Hall has closed the theater for an investigation of this incident. So there's no way to continue the competition. I'm suffering a terrible loss too, you know. Well, yeah, bad stuff, buddy. That must suck so hard on you. Then what about the fees for the previous performances? I've Red Wine Championship warm-up performances were perfectly fine, popular even. Our contract later states, in the event that force majeure leads to the termination or cancellation to a performance, the client is not obliged to pay the corresponding fee. In other words, we pay the balance only after the performance have been properly performed. Perhaps your grief caused you to forget this clause? No, that is not. No one wanted for this to happen. It is a terrible loss for us as well, so I hope you and your orchestra can empathize. If there's anything else we can help with, just let us know and we'll try our best to assist. I understand. If you ever need our services in the future, just let me know. Of course, of course. But I must ask, will your group be alright performing without Frau Paula? Liesel, you're finally back. Dimpini pulls Liesel into the sofa in the middle of the rehearsal room, then sits down next to her, awkwardly patting her shoulder. His back is straight, but his bloodshot eyes betray his effort to remain chipper. Man, that Sharek is a stubborn one. Don't think he'd insist on discussing the contract with you just because your mother's signature was on it. You already told him to come to us. You have just suffered such a tragic loss. How could he talk business with you right now? Right. He has no clue how close you two were. You know, we can tell at a glance how long you spent selling last night. Just stay put here, Liesel. Enough worrying over the past 2 days. Let us old-timers handle the rest. Just look at your hands. All wrinkly and closed from doing the cleaning and chores all by yourself just to save money. No, I'm fine. Actually, I'd rather you all not worry yourselves over this. Just concentrate on rehearsal. Right, so what did he say about the future performances? Same as usual, or are we doing something new? But Paula didn't finish her new piece. About that, our future performances are all cancelled. Charek also says we only get the balance payment after all the performances are done. But now, what? That Vermont and Casimir's and she's Carol? She's Carol? I know that weird letter is like S, just like different. Hey, Timpani. Trombone stops Timpani from continuing his onslaught of expletives with a tiny pinch, and gestures with her eyes for him to show some consideration to the girl on the sofa. Oh, sorry, Lysel. I wasn't mad at you, don't worry. Damn, that Charek bullying a girl. Has he no heart? The Red One Championship ended just a while ago. You haven't even had a chance to recover, and he lays this on you? Lysel, you should go to bed. You haven't gotten a wink of sleep since yesterday. I left a cup of hot sister milk in your room, so have some, alright? Oh no, it might be cold by now. Why don't I go warm it up for you? Lysel opens her mouth to answer, but nothing comes out as she notices everyone's red eyes and tired expressions. She manages nothing but ultimately shakes her head weakly, refusing Trombone's offer as she gets up to leave. In the hallway outside the room, he leans against the wall, listening to the vague murmurs from inside. What do we do now? Paula's gone, and so is that performance fee. We're counting on this championship to get our name out there and secure a new gigs, but now it's going to be nearby impossible. We need cash to rent our rehearsal space, our instrument maintenance, and food isn't free either. Paula didn't have much saved. She shared whatever she had with us. Let's pool what we have. I think we can manage another 10 to 15 days or so. But who will conduct us now that Paula's gone? How are we going to perform without her? How did she even... That Bellon Lupo. Why did he hurt our Paula? It just makes no sense. What does his mafia have to do with us? Maybe they thought she wasn't someone's way. I don't think he did it. Am I naive? I don't know. I'm thinking who, like... I feel like that person in the basement was definitely suspicious. You know? It also... yeah, just because they had, like, you know, like a hood and I don't know. Not that having a hood makes you suspicious, but yeah, they had like the shadowed out sprite, and like Capone and Gambino also said like, what the fuck are they doing here? That should be on like at the top. Yeah, they were possibly a Latvian. Again, that's like what Gambino and Capone said. So maybe since they are Latvian, they knew Paola and had some like motive to kill her. I don't know. Or they could have just easily been hired by someone else. Or did we break one of their rules by taking gigs here? Who knows? The Syracusan gangsters are a ruthless bunch. City Hall says investigations are ongoing, but who knows if they'll actually go anywhere. What can we even hope for? The city is still Syracusa. After all, I think they're just pretending to exercise the law. Personally, I think we should never forget what the Balloons did to Paula. Definitely was suspicious, like getting that call in the night and that whole crash, you know, that Sam, the delivery that he did. definitely was suspicious. And it was from, like, someone from the Balloon family. It's just... I don't know. I definitely don't think it was, like, Demetri or he knew. I just get the vibe. I don't know. I trust him. I am a naive. Maybe. If I ever see one of their mobsters, my fist is going straight to the injured jaw. Don't be rash. If they could murder Paula just like that, I'm sure they could end our lives just as easily. We all came from Latvianian. Could it be they're after Latvianians? Surely not. If that's not it, I don't know how else to explain it. Why would they go after a woman as great as Paula? I've had enough of the Syracusan Mafia. Why don't we just leave for Victoria or somewhere even further? How's Columbia sound? We might have to quit playing, but we can do odd jobs or whatever to feed ourselves, just like we did before we met Paula. We should take Liesel with us. Of course, even if I only earn enough for a bowl of macaroni, we bet half of it's going to the girl. She will not starve on my watch. Liesel does not manage to make out what the rest say in response, nor does she have the will to listen further. She only feels her head spinning, her eyes stinging, her entire body heavy like lead. She only wants to fall into Paula's embrace. Reek. Liesel does not return to her own bed, and instead opens the door to Paula's room. Paula forgot to shut the window tight on the day of the championship, and the rain from last night has soaked a nearby stack of music sheets. Even a day later, the paper remains wrinkled. Okay, completely, unrelated to the story. I'm gonna try holding. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it works. I just wanted to try quickly, not skip anything. You forgot to close the window again, huh? Even though I'd remind her every night. Honestly, everything else might as well be dust. Once she dove into her music. Paula. Stop. The tears she tried her best to hold back for the sake of the meeting with the Casimirs and businessmen, and the orchestra now burst forth once more. Liesel gathers the sheets by the window, trying to smooth out the wrinkles on the paper, but even her fingers appear to her as blurry as the notes soaked by the rain. She knows how dreadful and silly she must look. If Paula saw her like this, she'd join in the crying too. Paolo had been accompanying Liesel to her parents' graves when they overheard a lady performing a foreign melody nearby, and she cried the same way Liesel is crying now. The trombone player was startled by the red-eyed Paula, but later became part of the family, just like bassoon, and even timpani. Paula had since been standing on the pier when she discovered Timpani driving piles into the ground with steel drill. You have a good sense of rhythm, she said. So why not join my orchestra as a timpani player? Liesel asked Paula before why someone as talented as her would leave Latvianian. Paula tilted her head in response then. She didn't fully understand herself. Why didn't her countrymen understand that she only wanted to perform the pieces she liked? Why couldn't they accept even that? These scores were her favorites. The pendulum's metronome's flaking off. She must have bought it from Latvianian. Oh, so this earring was all the way in the back of this drawer. Paula was so sad when she thought she's lost it. This costume has been altered so many times, and it's still not finished. She said she'd wear it for the performance in 2 days. Liesl gently picks the crimson dress, her fingers tracing the gold thread on the neckline. The fabric is somewhat old, with dye fading at its frayed edges, but the elaborate embroidery works as brilliant as ever. Next to the dress hanger is a staff standing in silence. Her staff. You had so much to teach me about arts. So why did someone do that to you? The streetlight outside the window flickers to life, and passing headlights flash in and out of her vision, blurred by her overflowing tears. Hey, Mr. Bunu. Hope you're having a good day. Light. A flash of light. The flash of light reflected off the drinking glass. Liesl's fingers freeze. A blurry fragment surge forward from her memories, like ice on a lake suddenly cracking from all the suppressed water. The slender, hoodled figure half hidden behind the shelf, the spotlight shining down, illuminating the glass in his hand. I watched Eclipse and then Meteor Shower last night. That sounds nice. I didn't. Last night I was playing a lot of Destiny 2. Towering horns under the light. That's the man I thought was lost in the cellar. Who? Oh, right. That one. Oh. Interesting. That's the suspicious guy. But an hour of NTE. NTE. Could you know, tell me what that is? Does it stand for something? I'm guessing that stands for something. Most of the intro story fellows gave me cancer. That's bad. Neverness to Everness. Right, yeah. Okay, I heard about that. Don't know much. I've seen like a little bit of the game. But he's a Caffrene? That's no Balone. And no Lupo either. There's no way. What's going on? Like Trombone says, we have nothing to do with the Mafia. Could it be Balone really has nothing to do with this? Or maybe he's not the murderer? But then why a Caprine? Lisa looks up. Her gaze fixes on the photo on the headboard of Paula's bed. A formal group photo of the Schwarzwurhang Orchestra. After a performance, other than a few Elafia, the other members, numbered a dozen or so, are all Caprine. Once she joked to Paula, asking if she intended to recruit every Latvian in Syracuse into the group, and Paula laughed, saying it would be wonderful. Okay, Bunu, I know you probably don't care in the slightest, but it's very cool. The day after this game being fucking 7 years old almost, it finally got a PC client. Isn't that crazy? I finally don't have to use a fucking Android emulator. The bitches looked hot. That's mean to call them that. And the gameplay looked fun, so I wanted to try a gacha again. Yeah, I don't... Like, I looked a little... I've seen... I can't speak. I've seen a little bit of the game. But yeah, I just wasn't interested. Like a little bit, but not enough to actually get into it. I have enough games that I want to play. I don't need a new game right now. To be fair, I did kinda catch up with Arknights like a month ago, but there's still so much to do. And there are other games as well that I like bought and never played. Or played and want to play more or want to play again. Once she joked to Paola, asking if she intended to recruit every Latvian in Syracuse into the group, and Paola laughed, saying it would be wonderful. What if that person was no stranger, but one of our players in disguise? No way. How could I suspect one of our own? But I have to find the killer. I have to know who killed Paola. Paola, when you were teaching yards, you said telling the truth can sometimes hurt, but it's like a flame, warm and powerful. You always told me to never lie, and to do the right thing. Bad advice. But what if doing it would scorch our family? Liesel bites her lip, trying to stop herself from voicing her thoughts, but they only remain stuck in her head. The exhaustion, shocks, pain and fear from the past few days have squeezed her into a tiny ball, primed to blow. Her tears no longer flow, she only feels cold. Just a few more days until the murderer's been sentenced, and we'll bring Liesel with us and leave this space. What's wrong? You see that luxury hotel over there? Bah, the own businesses, wherever we go. Huh? You mean the priciest place? The ones that's impossible to book is theirs too? Scheiße. They sure are raking in the cash. Rich men like them probably can buy themselves an aqueduct, right? Gotta do every verdamned thing myself. Just you wait. I'll stab him a couple of times someday. Enough. Did you forget what Trombone said? Besides, with that lame keg of yours, the cops would catch you right after you got the first stab in, and then you'd just break Liesel's hearts again. Right. We can't let her suffer anymore. No, I still can't let it be. Fine. Why don't we go outside and spit on the ground? Let's go. No, that won't blow off enough steam. I need to get in a good punch or two. Huh, you're the most stubborn man in this orchestra. Fine, I'll come along. What? Timpani and Bassoon have been detained for getting in a conflict on a Bellon property? No, I'm not Paula. No, nothing. Yes, I'm Liesel Meminger. The phone number is correct. Alright, I'll come at once. She has barely managed to drift off when a shrill ringtone interrupts her sleep. Liesel cannot decide if the caller's description of what happened or the resulting scene taking shape in her imagination is more devastating. Her heart pounds violently as she puts on a coat before heading outside. Perhaps because it is late at night, or maybe because a murder just happened, she fails to find cab for hire. In a moment of desperation, she starts sprinting towards the nearest police station. Wait, murder? Like another one. She's not talking about her mother, right? This is like day later or two or something. Like at least the following day. The night wind whispers through her like background noise leaking from an old stage. Lysol runs as fast as she can, even though her foggy thoughts only get noisier the more she tries to calm herself down. We'll be taking a little short ad break. I'll go get myself something to drink. I'll be right back. Hey, back with water. Did they actually go looking for Bellona Associates? Did someone make a move? Did they do something for me? For Paula? The wind stings her eyes, but she runs even faster, her balance nearly slipping. Personally, I think we should never forget what the Balloons did to Paola. No, there's no way. If I ever see one of their mobsters, my fist is going straight in their jaw. Timpani, Bassoon? No, they wouldn't do such things. Liesel gasps for breath like a bellows, about to burst as the night wind slips into her arms, sending her into shivers. She notices a few passerby ahead, looking at her as if they spotted a lunatic. She does not care. All she thinks is to go faster. But the closer she gets to the police station, the more the grayish-white building seems to slowly press down on her like a huge, unfeeling stage curtain. Liesel slows down. She stands on the street corner and spots an officer smoking outside at the gate in front of the lit-up station entrance. For a second, she seems to want to turn and run. Did they do this thinking they had no other choice? Because I'm so useless? What if they actually did something? What if one of them is the real culprit? What if I find the truth and it's the answer... It's an answer to orchestra? It's answer and... What? And it's an answer to orchestra, or I can't bear to hear. Right, yeah, maybe finish reading the sentence and then it makes sense. She hates herself for doubting them. She hates how her first reaction upon hearing Famiglia Balloon and detained was not to defend them, but to freeze as she recalled those towering horns. What should I do? Paola. Daughter of mine, our orchestra wouldn't be what it is today without you. I'm so thankful. Yes, I'll always be with you, and the rest of the orchestra needs you too. Liesel, my girl, my pride and joy. Someday you will stand on the stage in my stead. No, not just for me. It has never been for me. One day, you will become the best conductor in Nova Volsini. No, all of Syracuse. The wind seems to have stopped. Liesel slowly but surely drags her heavy feet into the building. Okay. So you're saying Timpani didn't hit you and... Oh. Struck these two Colombian businessmen instead? Okay. That's right. Well, I got hit too, actually. But hey, old man, you've got the bum leg, but your arms pack a punch. Damn straight. I'm a first-rate percussionist. You bet I'm good at hitting things. If only that Colombian fat ass didn't trip and eat your second jab, huh? So here's the situation. We got call about our four troublemakers on the street. Then it turned out into a fight between 6. After some questioning, we determined these two Colombian gentlemen in the Balloon Alder Hotel were fighting with Mafia. With the hotel stuff. The staff had asked the Colombian man to step outside, but once they were on the street, the businessmen suddenly became violent. Meanwhile, these two members of the Schwarzenvorhang Orchestra tried to mediate the fight, ended up involving themselves in the scuffle. Yep. it's all that fat ass's fault. He's drunk and was harassing our receptionist. Harassing? Not at all. I was just paying guest in a hotel when suddenly I took a hit. Mark my words, I'm done with you just yet. I'm not done with you just yet. Huh? Haven't had enough? You're the ones who stumbled into this lobby drunk, yelling, why should I line up? Get me my biggest, most mafia-style room. Mafia-style? What are you getting at? Throwing words like that around legitimate business establishment? You're scared of a guest who are trying to check in. You're acting like that's no big deal. Exactly. Even from the entrance, we clearly saw how you scared the receptionist to tears. I'm so good at reading. Hey, zip it. Basson pinches Timpani's heart, who yelps and looks up to see Liesel's Ocean expression. Sorry, Liesel, you shouldn't have been called out here at this hour. All of us have you listed as our emergency contact, but told us to, so... it's my fault. I should have stopped him. Liesel, say something. The silence is scaring me. So the two of you helped someone who didn't need your help in the first place? That seems to be the case, yeah. Liesel is rendering speechless as she looks at both pairs of balloon mobsters and Colombian businessmen. In the middle, Timpani and Bassoon are huddling in fear like foul beasts, caught in the rain, their pitiful gazes aimed at Liesel. When was it? When was the last time I saw something so absurd? At the pier, faced with Paolo's invitation, Timpani shook his head in confusion and ignored the two to resume his hammering. With his rhythmic hammering in the background, Liesel saw Paola suddenly straighten herself and her collar. Foreman, sir, I'd like to resign on this gentleman's behalf. From today onwards, he will no longer be able to hammer for you, for he shall join me in exploring the beautiful possibilities in the world of music. Now then, arrivederci, my good foreman. Oh? No, wait, what? Resign? Goodbye? Who said he could go? What, he can't? Oh, of course not. It's day labor. But he's not even done yet. And you want to take him away? It will slow us down. Oh, I see. Is this enough then? Go find another master artisan like Timpani here, and you won't fall behind schedule. But the foreman was clearly shocked by Paola's actions. Her words stunned Timpani. Behind Paola was Liesel, tugging her on her mother's sleeve with an expression both amused and annoyed. Paola, that's supposed to feed us for a whole week. Huh? Really? Everyone stayed awkwardly still for a moment, before the foreman quickly grabbed the florin from her, as if afraid she'd change her mind. Hey, you over there, go find another worker for me. The foreman turned to yell, and left the trio, depriving Timpani of a chance to respond. Huh? I'm sorry, Liesel. Maybe you should manage the money from now on. And now, we three will bask on the street. I'm sure we can earn back enough for tonight's dinner. The fiery sunset clouds from that day come back to life inside Liesel's mind. The dumbfounded Timpani, the satisfied and smiling Paola, and her resigned self shaking her head. While all bathed in a warm sunset glow, in the shade of a beautiful future. Wow, our whole family is so silly. Paula, timpani, bassoon, trombone, everyone, and even me. I'm the biggest fool of us all. How could I ever suspected my own family? There's no way anyone would do anything like that. It's alright, Lucille. I did what I did, and I'll pay the price. So don't worry your little head over this. It's just a few days behind bars, probably. I'm used to skipping meals. Can you start a beat, timpani? Any rhythm is fine. Just one you like. What? Timpani's bold declaration to pay the price for his action is interrupted by Lucille's sudden request. He exchanged a glance with Bassoon, and even meets eyes with the Bellon mobster and the Colombian businessman. But the undeniable authority in her voice sends Timpani's hand involuntarily tapping on a metal bar. With his rhythmic tapping in the background, Lucille straightens her back, as well as her collar, looking towards the Colombian businessman. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Liesel, the leader of the Schwarzervorhang Orchestra. We are the finest orchestra in all of Nova Volsini, which I'm sure you can tell from the excellent live performance by the timpani player, yes? I should also mention we have a wonderful bassoon player in our midst, but I regret we do not have the equipment to offer a demonstration right now. Alright, now that the introduction are out of the way, firstly, I would like to express my sincerest apologies for today's incident. I cannot make decisions on their behalf, but I will take responsibility for my group. It is an undeniable fact one of my men hit you, and I am deeply sorry for it. You are a businessman from faraway Colombia, yes? The high-end Piazza Parasota you have invested in is about to open in the city. I think you chose the city for a good reason. Its potential, order, and future cultural atmosphere. Now, I'm not trying to excuse this unfortunate misunderstanding between your party and mine, but I'd like to offer something valuable in exchange for your forgiveness. Performance. We, the Schwarzervorhang Orchestra, will provide a free and exclusive performance for the Piazza Parasota's opening ceremony. Exclusive, you say? Yes, give us the time and we'll be there, performing a complete lineup of classical pieces of theater-grade quality, lightning and stage control included. The conductor will be me, daughter of Paolo Meminger. I will not fall short of her standards, as she personally trained me, and I am her pride. Even if you're not satisfied with our performance, you will gain some buzz from the public either way, and won't take a loss, even if you decide not to hire us again. But if you find us valuable, then I imagine you'd love to make Piazza Parasota the very first high-end shopping mall with the resident orchestra. Of course, all this is to make one thing clear. The city only has a single orchestra worth investing in, and that's us. You know, boss, that sounds pretty good. Does seem like a good deal. Hold up. How about figuring out who's actually in the wrong? Well, this young lady has already taken the blame, so what else is there to discuss? It's not like we meant to cause a ruckus. What do you gentlemen think? Alright, you'll arrange everything that needs arranging, and we'll have your orchestra at the opening. However, we are a high-end mall, after all. I do hope you won't disappoint. Of course. Next to the Colombian businessman, timpani and bassoon are still as statues. Only when the police officer waves them away do they both mutter something as if just jolted awake. Liesel, you are the splitting image of Paula back there. No, even more, how do I put it? More Paula than Paula ever was. I'm my mama's daughter, after all. I'm Liesel Meminger of the Schwarzervorhang Orchestra. I feel like I'm getting better at saying that word. Schwarzervorhang. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but I'm definitely saying it more confidently. In the dressing room, backstage, Lysel is seated, surrounded by the joyful sound of the orchestra chatting. Next to her is a stack of slightly yellowed scores, Paula's untitled quartet with some added notes in the corners. Meanwhile, Paula's favorite composition has just won a standing ovation from the entire audience at the Columbian Magnificent stage. Lysel runs her hand over the slightly faded ink, then stands up to face the orchestra. Thank you all for staying. I know these past few days have been difficult and stupid, but we held our concert, and we will hold many more. By Paula's will, in the name of the Schwarze Orchestra. So there is something I must tell you. On the day of the incident, I saw Paula's murderer. I'll find him somehow, and the law will punish him. He wasn't a lupo, so probably not a balloon. But you don't know if that was the murderer. Yeah. Right? It was a Caprine I saw. You just saw, like, suspicious figure, right? I think? Okay, well, we're going for the last part. Ordine Nuovo. Grazie infinite, Signor Balloon. I would have been at such a loss had it not been for you and your famiglia. Come now, Zio Elio. I didn't do anything. Indeed, your name and presence were enough. My landlord dropping by as you were visiting me was enough to make him reconsider collecting his rent on the spot. After you left, he quickly agreed to give me 2 more weeks. That I'll figure out myself. I don't understand, Zio Elio. Why are you... What happened to your fruit stand? Oh, that? Huh, sold it long ago. My little Emma had a fever last summer, and who would have thought it would leave her paralyzed? Luckily, Demetri introduced me to a good doctor, said it was a serious yet common summer ailment for children, and she might lose her legs if it wasn't treated. So I sold my fruit stand and pulled cash from relatives to pay part of the doctor's fees. The rest of is to be paid by installments. She's out of the woods now, at least. She has a slight limp, but she's otherwise healthy. As for the rent and bills, I'll figure it out. Your stand was on the corner. Metri and I bought oranges from you when we were little. We have been neighbors for years. I could have lent you some money, and you wouldn't have to. No, Signor Balloon. It's vast sum. I wouldn't dare accept such a favor from you. Besides, your money wouldn't keep me afloat forever. I owe rent every week. But now that I'm under Famiglia Balloon's protection, my landlord won't kick me out when I fail to pay, and even the baker will sell me some food on credit. But you never wanted to join the Famiglia. You always said there was no need for civilians to join or involve themselves in Famiglia affairs, that the most important thing was to work hard and live your best life. Huh, this old man was just naive. Famiglia is more than fighting and killing. I finally understand that. Don't worry, Signor Balloon. I may be old, but I know not to be ungrateful. The balloons have helped me, so if you ever need a favor in turn, just call me and I'll be there. You did this on purpose, didn't you, Metri? I asked you the other day why I haven't seen his fruit stand, and you told me he went home for a relative's funeral. You knew Emma was gravely ill. And when you suddenly invited me here for pizza the other day, You knew your Elo would pass by and find me. You handled it expertly, Leon. Handled what? I played right into your hands. If I had known sooner... You couldn't have done anything about it anyway. You couldn't have possibly known what sort of hardship he would face. Your assistance would have been limited. But at least I could have prevented him from joining the Famiglia against his wishes. Only the Famiglia can help him now. Is that so? I beg to differ. What did this facade cost him, and how long will it even last? He should have had access to more work opportunities, while we, Syracuse, should guarantee them a livelihood through systematic measures. Relying on the Famiglia won't address the root of the problem. I hope the lesson you have learned from this is not charity or consideration for others, Leon. You're the underboss. Someday you'll be the head of the Famiglia yourself. A competent donor knows offering timely help will earn you gratitude. They will owe you a favor and repay their debt someday. You sound so heartless, Metri. Why did you even bother introducing a doctor to Zio Elio then? Shouldn't you have let me do it? If you wanted me to learn to extract gratitude? You didn't know how ill Emma really was, and you didn't know he would have no choice but to sell the fruit stand. You just wanted to help him, and it had nothing to do with the Famiglia. We can only do as much as we can, no? Besides, Ortelius' oranges were always the best. He clearly knows how to pick up his suppliers. Okay. Rude metaphor. This is a trivial matter compared to the available powers as the mayor. Please, bring that murderous mafioso who ruined my Red Vine championship to justice. Signor Charek, Demetri, Bellon's trial is this afternoon, but for now he remains unsuspect. But who else could it have been? He sees me as a competitor and is not above dirty tricks. I kept my wines safely stored in the cellar, and even arranged for professional security to guard them, only to somehow have them swapped with Saluzos. The prime suspect was arrested at the party, yet only placed under house arrest. There have been plenty of people knocking at his door to visit, console, and even plot more nastiness. The whole city thinks him innocent, while Saluzovino is raking in record profits. While I, poor old Radoslav, have gained absolutely nothing after spending so much time and effort organizing an event here in the hopes of doing some business in this thriving new city. As far as I know, the Red Vine has been publishing articles about this murder case, and this has brought a lot of attention to your event. Understand you have already begun recruiting participants for your next Red Vine Championship, and there are even wine merchants from Columbia and Latkanin have signed an interest in participating. Indeed, but I shouldn't be enjoying greater gains than just those. Now I'm left trying to minimize my massive losses. Signor Charek, we pledged to run this city fairly, according to the new Urban Management Act, but our government will not serve the interest of a lone businessman. Not you or anyone else. That's so? I hear you grew up with that Bellon boy, and now he's even taking your family name. I'm no longer affiliated with Famiglia Bellon in any way. But he's a member, no? A part of the pure Syracusan Famiglia. Even if the businessman in his businessman costume is still most comfortable doing things mafia style. He has exactly the same outfit, I believe. You need to present proper evidence before we can hold the formal trial. Of course we must follow due process, I'm aware. But my good mayor, I pray you don't forget this. Since the new Urban Management Act, many businessmen from Kazimierz, Latvian and Columbia have come here to trade. And we, or at least the merchants under the KGCC's banner, are only here in Nova Volsini and not in any other Syracusan city, because you have promised us the Famiglia do not exist here. The wine merchant leaves, but Lontuzo remains still for a long time. Oh, finally, Lavinia. You seem exhausted. Did the wine merchant tie you up in his affairs again, or is it Demetri? He's convinced we won't have a fair trial, and keeps bringing up his Chamber of Commerce to pressure me. Paluzovino has indeed established itself in Nova Volsini under Demetri's management. But it remains a local enterprise, and it's hard to judge if it can compare with the commercial capabilities of Charek's Golden Prairie. I fear Charek is hounding Demetri not just because they are business competitors, or for that championship incident. Demetri is merely an opportunity for Charek and the Chamber of Commerce backing him. Most local merchants here do not have ties to the Famiglia, big or small. And if this background becomes valid grounds for accusations of wrongdoing, the local industry will come under pressure. But we do not need those foreign capitalists to trade here. We have to learn their modern ways of trade. We need their capital and goods. Even the way they compete with each other is something we need. I'll make our local business literate and evolve to keep up. I'm aware of all that. But Lavinia, our current situation is so far from what we originally envisioned. Yes, we planned for a city without the Famiglia, run with fairness and justice, not favoring any particular party. But now, Nova Volsini has become an open gate to Syracuse, completely defenseless, free of any outsiders to enter, no matter their motives. The first group is of course the Casimirsons who exploit the loopholes in the new Urban Management Act. The exclusive shelf displays agreement that Charek and his fellow merchants include in their contracts has severely affected local industry. The various logistics contracts with high fines have also driven out local truckers into corner. Yes, Erini has informed me of that situation. Seems like the KGCC is trying to undermine our AST. Also, other departments have given feedback on how they have been showing signs of wanting to involve themselves in the energy and healthcare sectors as well. According to the last month's reports from the City Hall, many businesses in the service industry have shattered, while the manufacturing industry is also struggling. Foreign-backed companies and shops have set up here. They prefer to employ those from their own countries, so it is likely the job pool for locals will only shrink. Despite our best efforts, prices are still trending upwards. Our people are not doing so well. And if it's the Casimirsons and Colombians we must face, but also blood cannons who have come from all across Syracuse, and even from their own country with all manners of motives. Yes, and before them, the fairness and justice we seek remain necessary. I still believe in this. Just now, I was reminded that actually Syracuse used to be a part of Latviania. But yeah. I just now was reminded of that. That is the case, huh? What if such a pursuit must be traded for the livelihood of our citizens? Then these so-called virtues will only end up being superficial formalities. You're right. I've been mulling over it. Remember when I mentioned we might have to amend the new Urban Management Act? They've made a revision. Want a look? Lantuzo takes a draft from Lavinia. 2 thin sheets of paper that should take no time to go through. But Lantuzo flips through them multiple times before he finally looks up. Impose tariffs on foreign goods. Prevent foreign businesses from establishing a monopoly on key sectors like transportation, finance, and energy. That sounds like a good idea. And allow some... Well, okay, any business. I think any business shouldn't have a monopoly. I think that's good. And allow some factions with former Famiglia ties access to lower management roles. Issue franchise permits to Famiglia-controlled corporations. Is this not a bit overboard? I fear people may say we are resigning to the old Syracusan way, or that we are favoring the Famiglia. I did propose change, but these amendments are difficult to accept. I understand your concerns, Leon. I know you, of all people, hope to keep the Famiglia out of this city. But you still seek to counter foreign capitalists with Famiglia power. Leon, we all know Nuova Volsini's government and our authority over the city were granted at Signora Sicilia's pleasure. But in Syracusa, as it stands now, the only force capable of uniting everyone is still the Famiglia. But what we can do is limit and prevent the Famiglia from growing their power, ensure they do not succumb to infighting, and most importantly, keep them from infringing on civilian interests. It is not an easy decision to make, truth be told. I think it's not the right time to submit these drafts either. Most citizens enjoy the employment opportunities brought in by foreign companies. It is as well as their cheap and trendy imported goods. Even the KGCC's ways inconvenience them, if they inconvenience them, compared to the trouble caused by the mob wars in the past. They will not think it much of a problem. Silence spreads throughout the office. Lantuzo knows Lavinia is right, because he used to harbor such planes in his mind. But it is not so easy to make this decision. I get what you're trying to say. But just as Charek and the KGCC want this chance to put Metri on trial, we also need an opportunity to convince ourselves and this entire city. Yes, and this chance may well come soon. The courtroom is packed. The afternoon trial has clearly drawn a lot of attention. Sitting in the gallery are not only locals, but also the merchant Charek, Casimirs and partners, a Latvian orchestra, and even Colombian traders. All of their attention is fixated on the Demetri Balloon of the Defiance dock. In accordance with the new Urban Management Act, the Nova Volsini Criminal Court will commence with the trial of the defendant, Demetri Balloon, on charges of the murder of Paula Maminger, case number 01452. Court is now in session. I call Tommaso Esposito to the witness stand. Signor Esposito, is it true you are the manager of Saluzzo Vino, in charge of the company's logistics? Yes. 2 weeks ago, on the one day before the Golden Prairies Red Wine Championship, he called an individual by the name of Sam at the Agenzia per la Sicurezza dei Trasporti. You asked him to deliver 2 bottles of Saluzzo wine to the event venue. Yes, I was very busy and completely forgot about sending some wines to the competition, although I fortunately remembered to do so the day before. Suffering from success, as it were. When this Sam was delivering the goods via motorcycle, he came upon a crashed truck driven by an AST colleague, one Gianni. Gianni was on the Golden Prairie job at the time. Coincidentally, Gian just happened to be delivering goods specially prepared by Golden Prairie for the competition finals, and you just happened to be there as well. The coincidence isn't that unusual. It just goes to show how everyone loves doing things last minute. As for me, I was making my way over to the event venue to ensure my boss's instructions were being carried out properly, so I tagged along. At the scene of the accident, you helped Sam get Gian into the ambulance, and you helped handle the aftermath. Notably, you took those Saluso vines and placed them into the Golden Prairie box meant for the competition. Okay. I can buy that as a coincidence, or like a mistake. Well... that's a bit suspicious, actually. The Golden Prairie guys said they'd find another driver, so I thought I'd save myself some trouble, since we were both delivering goods to the same destination. I know, yeah, okay, it does make sense. Not as a mistake, but actually, like, with... like... yeah, why he would do it. Okay. But you took the Golden Prairie vines out of their box. And so the vines that appeared to the judges under the Golden Prairie name were in fact from Saluso Vino. But Demetri somehow knew about this? Or he just noticed when it happened, you know? Because he, like, told the Sharky or whatever is his name to, like, check the label, to not embarrass himself by, you know, like, claiming he won, even if it wasn't his vine. That's their own carelessness. They only had to look at the labels on the bottles to avoid that mistake. Am I wrong, Your Honor? No further questions. I call Letizia Maroni to the witness stand. Who are you? Signora Maroni, you work at the Nuova Volsini's Police Academy as a toxicology expert and forensic pathologist. You are responsible for the autopsy of the victim, Paula Meminger, as well as the testing of the utensils and wine in the case. Yes. Please inform the court of your findings. Yes, Your Honor. The autopsy results show Paula Meminger died of cyanide poisoning. Traces of cyanide were found on the wine glass she used, but not inside the Saluso wine bottle. In other words, the murderer applied cyanide only to the glass, rather than the Saluso wine itself. Okay. That's something. I can only say the current evidence supports that conclusion. Calling Liesel Meminger to the witness stand. The little Cabernet steps out from the crowd of musicians around her, and slowly but resolutely walks towards the witness stand. Signorina Meminger, it's true you are a member of the Schwarze Orchestra and the adopted daughter of the deceased Paula Meminger? Yes. On the day of the Red Wine Championship, we went to the cellar where all the competition wines were stored for an inspection. Yes. While you were there, you brushed past someone who was neither a security guard nor a member of any participating winery. Yes. Did you see what the individual did in the cellar? I saw him picking up a glass, but at the time only thought it a random strange occurrence. No problems arose after he entered the cellar, so I assumed he was just a lost spectator. If I had known what he was doing, I would have stopped him, and Paula wouldn't have. Liesel's voice trembles slightly, as her volume lowers gradually. She looks down, hunched over, but ultimately she straightens her back. My condolences. Did you get a clear look at his face? I only saw him for a moment. I saw his face, but couldn't make it out clearly. Do you think you might recognize him? No. He dressed very friendly. Thinking back, I believe he was maybe trying to trick the security guards, impersonating one of our orchestra members. I don't know who he was, but there is one thing I do know. He was definitely no Pero or Lupo you'd typically find in Syracuse. He had enormous Cabernet horns. Murmurs rise in the guard room, like ripples from throwing a stone into water. Lavinia continues her questioning, and Liesel recounts in detail what her orchestra members were doing at the time, establishing their alibis. But no one cares for her words at this point. So, Balone didn't do it. I've been thinking it made no sense. He already won the championship. After all, what would he get by killing the conductor? But what if there's something else we still don't know? Also, couldn't he have just simply hired a Cabernet to do the deed? His men have sabotaged our wineries. He's been obviously after us, disturbing our perfectly legitimate business operation. The fact he needs to specify a perfectly legitimate business operation makes me think it's not perfectly legitimate. Just like a thought. Silence, order in the court. I call Elio Fabri to the witness stand. Lantuza is shocked to see his old acquaintance in court. He does not know why old Elio would be here. He was not even aware that Elio had come to Novo Volsini. Signor Fabri, is it true you are an employee of Saluzovino and responsible for procuring grapes for the company's production line? Yes, Your Honor. Right. Okay, right. I'm thinking. 3 weeks ago, you reached out to Verdi Winery to discuss procuring raw materials for Saluzovino. Even though Verdi Winery business has been declining ever since the Kazimierz wineries set up shop, they always have the most aromatic grapes. Our company has a long-term cooperation agreement with Verdi to purchase any surplus materials their production lines cannot handle. The discussion was just part of my regular job. But during this meeting, you learned that Golden Prairie was about to buy at Verdi Winery. Yes. And so you conspired with Niccolo, a Verdi employee, to sabotage the winery's production facilities. Furthermore, you also sabotaged their water supply and drainage system, causing Golden Prairie to incur substantial maintenance costs after their acquisition. Yes, right. Yes, that did happen. I did know that. You must be aware that these actions constitute unfair competition and violate the new Urban Management Act. What was your motive? Did the owner of Saluzovino, Demetri Balone, compel you to do this? Did he intend to disturb Golden Prairie's business operation? Leo does not answer immediately. The Kazimierz businessman in the gallery is silent, his expression now relaxed. Meanwhile, Leon Juzov fails to make out Demetri's reaction from his calm demeanor in the defendant's dock. No one compelled me to do anything, Your Honor. Everything I did was on my own conscience. Out of my concern as a Nuovo Volsini's, as a Syracusan. It's true Golden Prairie is a competitor of ours, and our rivalry means I know well the methods they use. They dump their goods here for cheap, pushing our local wineries into a smaller corner of the market, and then acquire them when they turn unsustainable. But they don't run the businesses properly after buying them out, much less try to preserve their unique winemaking traditions. They fire all the old staff to increase profit and efficiency, pretending to operate normally for a while, then shut it all down, leaving the vines to waste away. Verdi's the fourth. Before them, it was Triptych, Basadi Hills, and Drizzle. All those wineries suffer the same treatment. That's how Casimirs works. They don't care about the efforts we put into tending our grapes, nor for our lives and the memories carried by the unique astringency of our traditional vines. All they want is to clear out their weaker competitors, one by one, until they monopolize all the shelves of their store, of every store. And will ultimately lose any choice in the product we buy. When that happens, I doubt their prices will stay as low as they are now. Well said, but it does not justify your use of illegal means. I know. I know what I've done won't stop the Casimirsons from trampling all over our vine and other industries. But I had to do something. I'll accept whatever punishment I deserve. Murmurs from the gallery only grow louder and louder. Lavinia raises the gavel in her hand, but hesitates for a while before she puts it down without striking the block. Your Honor, if you would allow me a few words. Speak. I believe the testimonies you have heard from the witnesses you summoned are sufficient to prove I have no connection to the murder of Paula Meminger. But Elio Fabri is indeed in my company's employ. I did not compel him myself, and he did engage in activities deemed illegal by the new Urban Management Act, targeted Golden Prairie. I believe his reasons for doing so are perfectly understandable, not just to me, but to every knowable Sini sitting in the gallery right now. But a violation of the rules is a violation. I do not expect the court to make an exception for him. Though, as his boss, I'm willing to bear the punishment for his crime, be it a fine or a prison sentence. The murmurs are now so loud. I feel like that's, like, not something you should be able to do. Like, I guess the fine kinda, you can just give it money, right? But like, what I think about that. I feel like you're not the one who did the fucking mistake, right? Not mistake, like the crime. So I feel like it would be stupid if you, like, people should go to prison because to, like, hopefully maybe never do a crime again. So if you send someone who didn't do the crime there, that's kind of bad. I don't know. Legal systems are tough. I feel like Arknights did taught me that. The murmurs are now so loud that even the Gabriel is here? Fails to silence the crowd. Reporters in the back rows leave to contact their newspaper. Lavinia announces the end of the trial, declaring the verdict to be given at a later date following jury deliberations. Amidst the chaos, Leon Tuso catches Demetri looking at him. He watches as Demetri raises his hand, puts his index and middle finger together, and gently points them toward Leon Tuso, then himself. Okay. He recognizes the action, unique gesture they have both used since they were little to signal "catch you later" for a chat. Leon Tuso does not respond. Okay. Well, I feel like this trial wasn't even about the murder. Like, kinda, a little bit. But, like, you know, they... What? I just realized that... I don't remember the name of the guy. Well, Demetri was in the defendant, right? But Elio was the one who, like, as in a conclusion, was the one supposed to get a punishment, even though Demetri says, like, oh, I'll take it for him. But, like, what about the murder? This wasn't a trial for the sabotage of the fucking winery or anything. So, ha. Yes, we have confirmed with the team responsible for guarding the Bellone estate that Elio Fabri did not visit Demetri Bellone's residence following the murder of Paloma Minger. We have not monitored any calls between them either. He just spoke of his own accord in the courthouse. That seems to be the case, as far as we can tell. The jury has yet to reach the verdict, so we can only continue to watch the Bellone estate and keep Signor Fabri in custody for now. I'd like to speak with him in private. By all means. Zio, Elio. I don't know you were in Nova Volsini. Oh? I thought Signor Mayor and Judge Lavinia would have come across my name while scrutinizing every application from Bellone's associates. I didn't notice. But why are you still with them? I thought... After Padre's death, Familia Bellone lost all the power it had. You should have left then. I know you never liked having to do things the mafioso way. Leave? I lost my fruit stand. Emma's fever left her with a lifelong need for medication, and I've been struggling. If Don Demetri hadn't invited me to join his winery and source grapes for him, I don't know how I would have survived. Nova Volsini provides job opportunities for everyone with will to shape the future with their own hands. Is that so? Do you think small businesses can still survive under the Casimirs and merchants' heel? But your acts of sabotage. The Familia used to do the same. The Familia's ways are of doing things, yes, they remind us, every citizen here, of our painful past. I do admit it was a shameful act, but fortunately, Judge Lavinia allowed me an opportunity to speak the truth in court. Lavinia was the one who arranged for you to be there? Yes. Sometimes we had no choice but to only do as much as we can, no? You asked me why I was still working for Don Demetri. It is because he still adheres to the old Familia creed. A pack of whelps grouping up to help each other can keep all of us from being devoured by a bigger beast. Heard your inauguration speech too. I could feel your passion. You asked how our neighboring nations would view us. Would they see us as a new possibility? But now, I believe they do. They see us as a new avenue to exploit us for their own gain. Yes, I work for the Dawn. But it is the Bellone business I care for and want... Is it the Bellone business I care and want to protect? No, it's our own industry. It is Don Demetri who gave us this opportunity to unite and stand against the great merchants. Congratulations on your not guilty verdict, Signor Bellone. Oh, I thought you out of all people would be most eager to see me behind bars. Just a misunderstanding. The trial at court clearly proved your innocence, and the entire city knows of your magnanimity. Let's put all the twists and turns that happened during the championship behind us. It's undeniable that your winery took the crown. Saluzzo Vino now holds the title of #1 winery in all Nuova Volsini. Truly an enviable feat. Thanks to you as well. Oh, really you'll join the next iteration as well? Defending the crown would be a legendary achievement. Perhaps. But as you say, Saluzzo Vino is now the #1 winery in the city. So I'm afraid I no longer see the value in joining a so-called competition to increase the value of my products. Am I right? Fair enough. fatality of Fabry damaging the winery's water system under the ownership of Golden Prairie surely impacts you somehow. You said you'd pay his fine, or even serve his time. Noble gesture, but you don't necessarily have to follow through. A trivial matter like that isn't worth a public prosecution in the first place. No one would have noticed the incident, had I not filed a lawsuit in the first place. Signor Charek, you can't get straight to the point. What is your goal here? I don't think it's just to repair our working relationship with a tiny favor. I do appreciate frankness. Regardless of our backgrounds, we are both businessmen now, are we not? So, Signor Bellone, I'd like to discuss a deal with you. Let Golden Prairie invest in Saluzzo Vino. Our strong alliance will surely sweep the Syracusan markets. And if, or when the time comes, our business empire will eventually expand beyond Syracuse and Casimir's. Oh, is that so? Indeed. No, you currently do not lack for capital or production tech, and you have your reputation here. But you must be aware of the Casimir's General Chamber of Commerce behind me. If we work together, our resources like our comprehensive supply and logistic channels, and even the media channels we have ties with, all of that will be available to you. Surely a young, upstanding man like yourself doesn't want to stop at a single winery that doesn't even bear your name? Have you never considered establishing a a Demetri commercial empire? Intriguing. I didn't expect the trial's outcome to impact your company and judgment so much. It did indeed leave its mark on my wine business, but Golden Prairie still retained its price advantage. I'm thinking of KGCC. The KGCC was the impetus behind this effort to discuss cooperative relationship. We are businessmen, Signor Bellone. We are naturally driven by the pursuit of maximum profit. It's normal for us to set aside our preferences when discussing a deal in our quest for the most beneficial result. As your employee said, this is how Casimir's works. So think about it, young man. Don't be in such a rush to refuse me. Refuse? Did you think I would do that? Weather metaphor? Lontuzo arrives at Demetri's residence late at night. The rain that lasted all day is now reducted to a faint drizzle, gradually slowing to a stop, but his mood remains melancholic. That's hard. Security guards from the city hall are still at the estate, lead him inside. He thought Demetri would have come out to meet him, but he is mistaken. Demetri is simply seated in a chair, a seat that decided by old familiar custom to be the Don's silently watching him. Dim light over his head obscures his expression. Don Tuzo suddenly realizes it has been a long time since he's read an expression from Demetri's face. Here we are, after all. Yes, you asked me to come. I remember the gesture. A glass for each of us. I can mix a ginger fizz with apple juice you like at the base. But it's hard to find a traditional pressed apple juice in Nova Volsini. These days, I'm sure it's been a while since you've had any. Fortunately, I found someone to help me acquire it. I'm sure you didn't call me here to reminisce about old days. You can lower your guard. When I arrived here, I think I spotted Casimir's and Scar leaving. The boss of Golden Prairie. Carrot? What was he doing here? He wants to work with Saluzavina. I agreed. Why? Why? Is this not what you people at City Hall want? Bringing the foreign capital will help local businesses to thrive and evolve. This is how businesses here and even across Syracuse will gain access to a wilder market. Sharek was here as an agent of the KGCC, and they offered generous terms. I had no reason to refuse. Consumers and businessmen aren't as nice as you might think. You're worried for me. Managed to gain the Salusa's assets with your particular methods, but it doesn't mean you will see the same results with the Casimirsons. We can only try and see. Also, City Hall will surely protect our interests of our local businesses, yes? I know an amendment to the new Urban Management Act sits on your desk, just missing your signature. How do you? Just some of those so-called underhanded famiglia methods. We should always seek all the intelligence we can to make the most beneficial decisions. I believed I taught you this long ago, when I was grooming you to be the Don. That amendment, it's just a draft. I might not even sign it. You're hesitating. I know. You just can't make up your mind. You fear the people will denounce you, that all your achievements will go to waste, that Nuova Volsini will return to the old famiglia ways. Should I not be afraid? It's too easy, going back to our familiar methods, while new sparks are so hard to start. Other famiglia outside the city are watching our every move. Give them one chance, and we'll be torn to shreds, never to recover. But we have more to worry about than just the famiglia. Besides the Casimiran and Colombian businessmen who exploit loopholes in the act, there are also Latvianians trying to expand their influence in the city. Did you know? I received some surprise news just before the competition. Someone was dispatching here from the Latvianian border for the sole purpose of dispatching the exiled dissident Paula Maminger. Latvianians' eternal grace forbids everyone from deviating from their movement. Even outside Latvianian territory. And you use this to your advantage. I didn't fan the flames. I simply let it be. Fortunately, things turned out well, did they? I don't think so. And you also have a chance to amend the act. Is this not what the City Hall has been waiting for this whole time? I believe Lavinia arranged that trial just for that. I do intend to limit foreign capital here, but that does not mean... Who else can we even rely on, if not us local businessmen? Regardless of whether or not we have famiglia backgrounds, we are all at least complying with our city's rules. We can act as your insurance. Empty promises mean nothing to me. I know you are skeptical of the famiglia, but you should understand we started off as nothing but a band of whelps, powerless against the perils and chaos of Syracuse. We helped those around us, and hoped the day might come when we could win something in return to improve our lives. We Syracusans take care of our own. It is our tradition, and what I've always done. So after the Don's death, after you left, I took the balloon's reins. Because I cannot let the famiglia lose their home. Just as you cannot let the Syracusans lose grant to foreigners from Casimirs, Latvianian and Colombia. Or am I wrong? You will do great things, Leon. One day you will actually be able to realize your dreams in Syracuse. I've always believed this. I've heard this from you before, Metri. I thought back then you could be my right-hand man. Daughter remains, even now, at City Hall. Of remains. No, Grazia. I really don't get along with Lavinia. And, as you said before, there are things better suited for her, and others only I can handle. Just like right now, some matters are for City Hall to carry out, while others are better for us to do. Your ideals alone cannot keep Nova Volsini alive. The city needs and must have the support of the old Famiglia. You sound so certain. You must ignore us, Cecilia. I'm sure you know well just how happy she is to meet young people with ideas. Your established rules will keep the Famiglia and Nova Volsini from running amok, while my ways will gather all the power and spirit of Syracuse. This will become a new Guns and Order for the city, Leontuza. As Leontuza leaves, Demetri extends a hand towards him. A signal of cooperation. Leontuza hesitates for a moment before stretching out a hand himself. They used to be close, no strangers to sharing hugs or laughter, but his formal handshake now is the first between them. As the conclusion of their handshake, Demetri returns to his chair. Then, just as Leontuza's father and every Syracusan done, he disappears into the darkness. The rain is no more. The sky is surprisingly clear and tranquil. That amendment. Are you really okay with it? Lavinia? We used to want for a Syracusa without even a trace of Famiglia. I spent more than a decade under the villain's shadow, Leon. I don't mind waiting a little longer. Then the same goes for me. Okay. Oh, that's it. Okay. Sure. No. Well, I hope waiting just a little longer will help. I hope that will work out. But yeah, I mean, I'll be ending. For sure. We have 6-7 corp stoppers, very cool. What the fuck is this? Oh yeah, I'll be ending tomorrow. Tomorrow will be another awkward stream. Okay, I'm still considering the idea of just not streaming tomorrow. Would be just our 7th day this fucking year, so you know. That would be something. But yeah, I have some family visiting tomorrow, and they would be here at the time I normally stream. So I will either do another late stream as today, or probably around the same time as today. Yeah, that would probably work. I don't know, just like a late one, or not stream. So we'll see. I will probably tweet about it tomorrow or something. Because I don't know at this point. But yes, we would, you know, finish playing the event stages, and I definitely also want to do more of the new IS 6, you know, because there was an update, and there's still, you know, more stuff in IS 2, and there's something else also I wanted to do. I don't even fucking remember. But yes, I guess that will be it. Thank you everyone for stopping by, and bye!